Like, are there
Yeah,
ever
in that
hurricanes that
sense,
sweep through heaven?
yeah, no, or if they're, yeah, I see what you mean. In that sense, yes, there is no suffering for the angels in that sense.
Yeah, so I think then it seems like he could have given us free will and created us in heaven, and then we wouldn't have to do this test, right? Like the angels that he made from the start that are still there
Hmm.
didn't have to do this test part, didn't have to go through the suffering,
Hmm.
didn't have to risk eternal hell,
Hmm.
and they still
So
get to chill in heaven.
now I guess it's a very interesting point, and now I'm glad you brought this point actually, because I guess now we can delve into the theological differences that differentiate moral responsibility for angels and humans. Angels, I think the Bible is clear enough on the fact that angels are higher beings, and this includes in terms of their knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve, you know, very, very naive at the time of the original sin. God offers them the chance of, this long 2,000-year redemption plan. The angels is very different. Their state has much more knowledge. The rebellion in heaven was much worse. What I'm getting at with this, right? Why am I talking about this? Is simply because when we look at the free will of angels and we compare it to that of humans, there is a slight difference in the sense that yes, you can have a world with free will and no suffering, but you cannot have a world with free will and no possibility for suffering,
Oh,
if
so
that
it
makes
is
sense.
possible to suffer in heaven?
It is possible for an angel in heaven to rebel, to have the free will to rebel, become a demon, and then endure the suffering that follows.
And will we be able to do that too?
Would we be able to,
Like if after
like,
you die, your spirit or soul or whatever it is goes to heaven, are you able to, like, you still have free will in heaven? Can you rebel?
free will never be taken away from us, and that is the long, hard process of sanctification. God contending with the human soul, trying to mold us into people who are willing to obey him while still having the ability to reject him.
I don't understand. I don't think that answers my question. Maybe it did and I
No.
missed it. But when we get to heaven, could we rebel and like get kicked out of heaven?
Uh, uh, the earning into heaven has nothing to do with our behavior, right? As in, even if you, like, theoretically, even if you were to rebel, uh, the sacrifice of Jesus through penal substitution, right, would still cover for that. But people who are in heaven would never sin, not because they can't, but because they don't want to.
Oh,
So
okay. Well,
yes,
then
you
why don't we
could
just do that on
theoretically.
earth?
That's the problem. So now here what we have is on earth we have what the Bible calls the desires of the flesh, right? So human beings have a kind of
Yeah, so I think that was a mistake then to make us flesh. If it's for some reason having
mm,
skin and bones is what makes us have like the desire to grape children, not that I or you have that, but some people get
yeah,
that, then I think it was a bad move to create that. Should have just made us spirits. We still have free will. We can still experience God's perfect love, and no one gets child raped ever. Like how is that a worse plan?
so the problem here is that would so what you're asking here is why didn't God make it this way and not that way,
Yeah,
right? Now, yes, now I'm
because there's
sorry,
clearly a
sorry.
better like universe. Like in
Hmm.
terms of just like a goodness, right? The one that has less child rape, we would view as like everyone would ever would view as better, except for child
Yes,
rapists who
definitely,
can eat
but
shit.
it's
But
not. But it is. But for example, the desire for sexual attraction in general, right, in the natural way that God created it, right, for consenting adults, um, in the right context, right, a marriage, that is not. I don't think you would say that's a bad thing, right?
that's not what we're talking about, though.
No, I know,
It's a different
but
thing.
that's yes, but the basic attraction to another human being is not in and of itself a bad thing.
Right. So keep that and get rid of the kid one. I'm not saying you have to like
Exactly
throw
right.
them all
So,
out. Just
so
get
what
rid of the one.
happens? So what happens is that God gives us a very good desire, and due to human sin, humans can twist that desire into something that isn't right.
Do you think God
Right?
would have the capability of just giving us the version where we only are attracted to people who can consent?
Yes, he could, but then again, you're giving free will in one option.
Yeah, well,
So how much free will is
he
that?
didn't give us unlimited free will. Like we have limitations.
I don't think so. I believe that
We
human
can't
beings
fly,
have.
right? Like there's things that we can't do that we want to do.
Yes, but that is not actually free will now, is it?
Right.
Right.
That's a
So
physical limitation, right?
yeah, that's not
But
that's not a
there's
will limitation.
that's fine. But like, we're not talking about will. You made a distinction between will and desires, right? In heaven,
That's the same thing.
you made the distinction. In heaven, you said like we'll still have free will, but we won't want to do those things. That's what I'm asking for. We still have the free will where you could grape a kid, but nobody wants
yes,
to.
yes, yes. In that
No one
sense,
has
yes,
that
yes, yes,
desire.
yes, yeah.
There's no reason to have that desire.
Yeah, so when I said not want, as in we won't have that desire, it'll mean that we will recognize the wrongness of those desires, and we will no longer be what the Bible calls be slaves to sin, right? As in, for example, right now, let's say someone struggled with a porn addiction, right?
I understand that you're saying it's going to be better in heaven. What I'm saying is
Yeah.
there's no reason to have it like this now. God could have made this now without that. That's what we're
The
talking about.
problem is, yes, I know, and I think that's, I guess, where we fundamentally disagree. I think that God, if he allows for human free will to enact itself, then he's putting himself in a situation where he has to contend with mankind. He can't just force a perfect world. He has to help us create, well, not create, but behave more in what that perfect world will look like.
Who chooses our desires?
Who chooses our desires?
Like, are we
define desires as in our urges or our mental will?
urges?
Urges. God gives us urges, and they are not good or bad by definition.
Unless it's to grape kids. That'd probably be
Exactly,
bad, right?
right? But for example, sexual attraction by itself is not a bad
That's
thing,
not a sexual
right?
act, though. That's an act of like power people do. No,
No, I know. I said the desire, as in the urge of sexual pleasure, right, is not a bad thing.
That's not what child grape is. Grape
I know
is
it isn't.
never about sexuality or like
Yes,
sexual
child
enjoyment.
rape is a twisting and an evil form, but God does not put it in man's heart to do that. He puts.
Could he take it out though?
Yes, but then you see, when you take out the will of a human being, then you are taking out the free will.
Oh, so that's why we all have the desire to grape kids, but not.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Wait, so you're saying that it'd be possible for us to not have the desire to grape kids, but still have the free will to?
I mean, that's kind of everyone who doesn't
me?
do so.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
It seems like that's fine, right? And if that's a problem with free will, then you and I don't have it.
It's just something that we don't struggle with. For example, one person can struggle with gluttony, and another person can struggle with lust, right? Each person has their.
Yeah, that sucks. I think that's a shitty plan. That's the whole point I'm making. That's like proof that like a good God didn't design this plan, this test. That's so shitty. There's no way to look at like, oh, and then some people have to struggle with a desire to grape children. And by the way, the children have to desire with their attackers' desire to grape children. That's not like some weird test. That's like psychotic. That's like that's unacceptable morally. That's not all good. There's a better way.
As in, I mean, if there is a better way, okay, fine. You made the claim that there is a better way. Could you think of a world where God does not remove the free will to do evil?
Yes,
but he
just removes the desire for child grape and leaves the free will as an option. Just
but
like
God
do
did
you
not
have
put
like,
the desire for child grape.
How many people have the desire to eat their car? Maybe one. There's probably one guy on Earth, maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a mental condition for that. People who like have
The whole
people
car.
who, like I know. I think there's people like like those like my weird addictions
Yeah, they eat toilet paper and like
and
couch
stuff. Yeah.
cushions and
I'm
stuff.
sure there's someone
People
who's
with
taken a
pica.
bite out of
There's
there.
one guy I've ever found who was trying to eat his whole car, right? It's not a very common thing, but we all could. We have the free will to. Maybe even you have a little bit of a desire to. You look at the steering wheel and you're like, that kind of looks tasty. I could have a bite of just that, but not the whole car. Not like drink the gas,
Yes,
right? Like all of it. Like it's just not a thing that we desire to do, but we still have the free will to. We're not restricted in that. He didn't give us that desire that when we see a car, even though like we want to drive it, we want to put our hands on it, like we want to do stuff with the car, it doesn't like we don't want to eat it. We still have the free will to. He should have just done the same thing with child grape, where there are kids around, we see the kids, we want to play with them, we want to teach them, we want to laugh with them, but nobody has the desire to grape them. Then the world would be better because we'd still have free will. We'd still have like that option, but no one would desire to, so it just wouldn't happen as much.
Yes,
so we could still choose God.
Yeah.
We still have the free will to choose God. We can still choose heaven or hell, but the victims don't have to go through that. Do you think that's just tell me, you said it to try to decide if a better world could exist. You gave me the challenge. Do you think my world, where there is, I would say like 99% less child grape, there still might be one or two that happen every other year, maybe even on accident. You know, some kids do it, like a 15-year-old does it and doesn't realize what they're doing or something like that. That still sucks, but the number goes down significantly. And we've lost the desire to do that. We still have free will for everything else. Do you think that world is better or worse? Do you like my world with less child grape? Or do you like God's world with more child grape?
Simplifying the question to that degree, I obviously
fix the question. Then go ahead.
Yeah, I do prefer a world where there is less child rape. Obviously, that is not. I could never hesitate on that answer.
A lot of guests have.
I know I know, but again, I'm only not hesitating because I did have a little problem with your analogy with the car. The first one being that God does not put it in us, right, to specifically do bad things to children, right? He gives us a baseline desire that we then have the free will to either twist or to follow in the right way that he has ordained. Now, with cars, there is no baseline desire with which we could then say, "Oh, this is good." And
I said we see a car, we want to touch it, we want to drive it, we want to be with it. We like cool cars. We think they're sexy, right? But we don't want to like fuck or eat our car, right?
Yes, but you see how those are two different actions. As in, if I drive a car and if I eat a car, those would require two. Okay,
change it to fucking cars then. Sure. So I'm still attracted to my wife. I want to fuck her. Everybody wants to still fuck consenting adults, but we don't want to fuck cars. That's the world we already live in. There's like very few people who want to fuck cars. So we could twist our attraction that far where everyone is like banging every car they see. Right. But not very many people have that desire. So I would lessen the desire to do that to kids too.
No, definitely.
In Mezzo's world.
Yes, and I think God, obviously, I don't think there is a single place in the Bible where God supports the wrongdoing of children, right?
Yes, he does.
Excuse me?
I mean, to specifically grape them, or do you mean just like wrongdoing in general?
Wrongdoing, that'll get very, I'm sure we're here to get very complicated.
You know that like just, we don't have to go into each verse, but like he says to stone children to death in the Old Testament. He has them slaughtered repeatedly, throughout the Old Testament. Jesus reinforces the stoning of kid thing. It's a little weird, but I get that he's maybe doing like kind of an analogy or something there. There are times where he says treat kids well, and then time where he says to treat them with a sword. Yeah, you know about
No,
those.
definitely. Yes, definitely. I'm aware of that. I think, yeah, I do still hold firm to my initial statement that God does not, so wrongdoing, right? We
Let
would
me
kind
ask
of
you
have
this
to,
way. Is there a verse or passage somewhere that says to not grape kids?
is there a verse or a passage to not rape kids?
Yeah.
That sentence is not uttered in the sentence. No, yeah, there is
Okay.
no. Yeah.
So it's a little unclear.
Just like there's no verse to like, not throw your iPhone 16 at your wife, right?
Well, yeah,
That's
but we
also
didn't have
not.
iPhones, but we did have kids back then.
Yes, we did. However, the point that I'm drawing out is that just because there isn't a direct order doesn't mean there isn't an indirect order, right? We still know that there are biblical teachings that husbands should be gentle with their wives,
Do you
right?
think there'd be
So,
less grape in the world if there was a direct order in the Bible that said, do not do this?
no, there would not
I think it'd be
actually.
the same.
Because obviously Christianity is still a minority worldwide, right? In each, if you look at big places such as the Americas, Canada, the Europes, you'll find Christianity as being dominant, but on a worldwide scale, it's still not like most people on this planet are not Christians, right? So, I mean, just off of just pure statistics, whether or not there is or isn't a verse in the Bible, most people wouldn't even look at the Bible in the first place, right?
Yeah.
And on top of that, that's not considering the amount of people who do see something in the Bible and still decide to, bypass that, right?
Right. So,
Like all those priests, right?
so it doesn't make that much of a
that.
difference. So, sorry, I guess I'm confused then. Why are we
Yeah.
talking about what it says in the Bible?
Because when I said that God doesn't condone the wrongdoing of children, you said yes, he does, and you started pointing out some Bible verses. Yeah. And I guess there for me, my contingency there would be, I don't believe this might be a little hard for the viewers here, but I do not believe, by definition, a God, whether it be Christian God or not, can do a wrong thing, like a bad action. I believe that morality, objectively, has to be whatever that God ordains, whether that agrees or not with us.
I know what you're saying. It sounds brainwashed.
Brainwashed.
Yeah, like it sounds like someone who was brainwashed
like indoctrination.
Yeah, like that's exactly what they would say. Like that's what they thought about like Kim Jong Il. You know what I mean? Like he was perfect,
Yes.
dear leader,
I guess,
everything. Even if he kicks a baby goat, he is good. Like it's so like very obviously brainwashed.
Unfortunately,
to
the
that.
apostles were skinned alive for that brainwashing that they,
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm worried about you. That's why I'm trying to get people out of this religion because it's dangerous.
I don't know if you understood my point. They're just saying that the brainwashing wouldn't really make sense considering the people who would have invented this brainwashing and could have denied it at any point endured.
No, I think they were brainwashed.
Egregious levels. Pardon?
I think they were
apostles
brainwashed.
who wrote the book.
Yeah, I think they had access to the Old Testament. They thought it was true. They were all going to churches. I don't know, they called it temple or something back then, but
they followed the Old Testament.
Do you think it's ever happened that within someone's own lifetime, they learned about a religion and fell so deeply in love with this religion that they were brainwashed with it that they ended their life because of it?
100%.
Okay, so it's not an uncommon, so it's not so far-fetched to think that that could possibly be what happened.
Definitely, but not the apostles themselves because they
just
started
special pleading for them. Got it, yeah.
No, not at all. There's no special pleading. It's just the basic logic.
No, it's just for some people it's one way and for them it's a different way. It's not special pleading.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of just, how the logic works. If you're the author of a book, you are the one who knows whether or not that is based off of truth or if you made it fictionally. It's not special pleading. It's just who else knows whether your book is true or not, right?
All right, Guy. Well, hey, thanks for talking about it. I have a list of other guests here, so I'm going to move on, but thanks for coming through. Come back again sometime.
Of course.
All right, and was planning on trying something a little different tonight.
Awesome.
We're gonna see if this works. Neo Pharaoh, is that how I say your name?
Yep.
What's your age and religion?
Stephen has my name, which is cool. I'm Stefan. Stephen. That's pretty cool.
Wait, hold on a second. What's happening? Wait, hold on a second. What's happening? Can I call you Neo Pharaoh so I don't get confused? You have the same name?
You can just call me Neo. Yeah,
Okay.
we have the same name. I'm Stefan, but he's Steven. I just got excited.
Okay, I'll try. I'll just call you both Stefan, and then you both respond to it. But Neo, I'm just kidding. Neo, how old are you, and what's your religion?
I'm 26 and I'm Christian.
Okay, and then Stephen, how old are you, and what's your religion?
23, also a Christian.
Okay, I'm doing 2-on-1. Okay,
Awesome.
take turns, be nice to each other. You're on the same team. Normally, a lot of the times up here, I have like my buddy Joel or like Sam or Thinker, or like we get a bit of a panel up, and then we team up and we dominate and we just like, crush people, and it's not fair. And so I'm switching it up tonight. I guess it's 1-on-2. Normally we do 2 or 3-on-1. Now we're doing 1-on-2.
I
So
wouldn't want to say it's like me versus you or blah blah blah. I just wanted to come up here and have a discussion. Yeah, out of all the
yeah,
lives,
but I mean, in this discussion, you guys are trying to beat me in it. Okay, so you try and win the conversation, and I'll try my best to not lose. But let's start with Neo, since you came up first. I think suffering is a hell of a problem for this God character you got. What are your thoughts on that?
not really. I mean, suffering, suffering is an inevitable part of reality, and we do it to ourselves. All these rules, a rule for this, a rule for that, and blah 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 that God tries to put in here, all these laws, the law of Moses back in the Old Testament, were ways to help mitigate suffering. But no matter what, suffering will be ever present.
Okay,
And
I can respond to that right away before you get too far into it. I think that the arbiter of reality is God, if he's real.
yeah,
And I'll say that again just because it's kind of like a dope sentence. It's also like that's a sick job title, the arbiter of reality. I just made that up, but it's pretty cool. But also, if you're the arbiter of reality, then there's nothing that is inevitable. You have the choice to make it inevitable or not. He could
No,
have made it where it's not the case, right? Even if we started to harm each other, he could have corrected that without just like suggested Bible verses to a few people. He could have made it otherwise. Also, doesn't solve problems like earthquakes.
well, earthquakes aren't necessarily a good or bad thing. They just
Well, they can cause suffering though, right? But let's see what Stephen has to say. It's his turn.
Yeah, thank you. So the traditional Christian argument there's a couple of perspectives, but I think the one that is posited that really answers the suffering question very well. What was his name? Theologian, author, Chronicles of Narnia, C.S. Lewis.
there you go.
He did The Problem of Pain, and his answer, you might be aware of it, but his answer to the problem of pain, to the problem of suffering, that if suffering in this world exists, then God can't exist, because if God is, like you said, the arbiter of reality, then he has the choice to include evil or not. So the traditional argument against that is that when God created man in his own image and in his own likeness, he created a being capable of making judgments and decisions. And when he did that as an act of, I would say, love, I think that's the traditional argument as well, is that if God is love, then he cannot force, or he doesn't gives creatures the option to do that or not. And the first humans, Adam and Eve, decided against that.
But how does that fix the earthquake thing?
Yeah, so that would be on the other side of the argument, is that because God, like you said, is the arbiter of reality, God is also the only being that is absolutely good, meaning that everything that he does comes from a place of perfect justice.
Is earthquakes part of perfect justice?
So if you believe that every human being is intrinsically good, then no, earthquakes can't be justifiable, because every human being is really good at heart, and it's not fair that humans should lose their life because of something they can't control.
I don't mean to jump too far ahead, but are you trying to get to the point that when an earthquake happens, only bad people suffer from them?
No, the earthquake has no bearing on.
Well, one second, Neo. I'd like to answer that. I think I want to hear what you have to say, but I think he wanted to ask me. So
I want to hear both of your response on it for sure.
It's fine, Stephen. I'm sorry.
no, you're good. So no, I'm arguing that there is no good person, and because there's no good person, then the death of a human being is not unjustifiable in any manner. Now, that's where. Well, hold on. Well, hold on. Hold on.
Gross.
No, hold on.
I hate that. I hate that.
I know you're going to cringe at that, but listen.
You think everybody deserves the
Hold
death
on.
penalty? What are you saying? That's crazy.
Listen. Because
Neo, you're going to have to, you're on this guy's team. Watch out, Neo.
because think about this. Do you have children?
Yes. And, earlier today, one of them put his shoes, like we have a kind of new car. I mean, it's a used car, but we had to get it recently. And he put his dirty shoe on the seat. And I was like, hey, don't put your shoe on the seat. So I put him down, right?
Yeah.
Stephen? Is that what you're saying we should do?
No, absolutely not.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that when God made Adam and Eve, they acted as humanity's representatives. And because they acted as humanity's representatives, their actions were, and their guilt was posited to humanity's account because we all come from their bloodline.
But sin doesn't get passed down from parent to child.
Romans chapter 5 says that because Adam sinned, death passed upon all men because all had sinned.
Oh, I was in a different verse.
Oh, sorry. But about your about your child or about your children.
24.
So did you have to teach your children how to be selfish and angry, or did you have to teach them how to be kind and respectful?
Just really specifically, it says in Deuteronomy 24:16, parents shall not be put to death for their children, nor shall children be put down for their parents. Only for their own crimes may persons be put to death. So if it's death that is deserved, it must be for our own crime. So
And we're
if this
talking
verse
about,
is true, it means that when an earthquake happens and people die from it, the specific people who die in that earthquake did bad things. Right?
well, you also have to realize that the text you're speaking about is how the law is to be applied between people. That's a standard of justice. That's not
Earthquakes are from God.
But that law right there is not for God to obey. That's for how men are supposed to interact.
I get you. So
how men are supposed to interact with one another.
So you're right. So what I should do with my son is not me personally put him down, but like put him outside and let God just like naturally do it.
Well, my original point was that your son, he doesn't do things that are, you have to teach him how to be good. You do not have to teach him how to lie. You do not have to teach him how to manipulate you to get what he wants. You do not have to teach him.
I kind of have to teach him a little bit of both. Like when we play poker, I had to teach them how to lie better. Like to teach them how to gamble.
Better for sure. But they
really
have
know how to do it.
Or steal.
They do lots of naturally good things and then some naturally bad things. Right?
Yeah, I would never say that children don't do those things, especially if they're in a good environment. Even if they're in a bad environment, there's obviously, humans have.
But none of these things we're talking about deserve the death penalty. I don't know. Like you have to make it that bad. But I want to hear what Neo has to say about earthquakes first.
Okay.
Listen, the only thing, earthquakes happen all over the world. The only thing that would make an earthquake quote unquote bad is if there was a human settlement there where earthquakes happen. And the whole purpose of earthquakes is just to make continents or to split land. It doesn't necessarily make it good or bad. I don't think God necessarily causes the earthquakes to happen. Things happen in the universe automatically. It's just a part of.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I
which is
agree with you. I
which
don't
is
think
part
that.
of
I think that's fully nature.
I'd
I
like,
think
yeah,
that
I'd like to
in your
comment on that
worldview,
too.
God could turn off plate tectonics. He could flip the switch in
but
heaven that
then
says plate
but
tectonics off.
then God's laws on how he made the universe crumble. It doesn't work.
So he can't do any miracles. Like every miracle is a like
Yes.
No,
adjustment
he
of the laws.
can't.
Stephen, don't interrupt me. I'm talking to him.
No,
Okay,
you're
Every
good.
miracle ever is an adjustment of the laws of nature. God is fucking with the automacy, like the automation of nature, and
but he did it.
changing that. So if you're saying he can't do that, dope. I'm with you. I also think he doesn't exist, but so far you've like lowered him to not be able to do miracles.
No, what I'm saying is not. I'm not saying that he can't do miracles because he can and he did. The only thing I'm saying is it's kind of like a car. If I'm the designer of a car, I'm making this creation with the intention on that it will do what I want it to do, which is to go forward, backwards, make turns. There are certain ways in this reality that I set it up for in order for that to happen and for it to make logical sense for people I'm putting in a physical realm to do something in time and space. I stretched out the heavens. I put a planet here. I made gravity. It was literally Bible verses that explain that. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
when you
saying
make a car, you put in seatbelts, right?
for
Like,
safety.
yeah, and airbags and other safety precautions, right?
Yeah.
So like when he's making Earth, he's thinking, I should put in earthquakes. Actually, wait a minute.
Or
You know what I'll do is not put in earthquakes.
or better yet, when okay, I'm making a whole solar system here. When I'm making the Earth, I'm going to put an magnetic field around the planet so that way harmful forms of light can't come in and destroy life.
Yeah, I think that's good. It's just weird that he also put in earthquakes. Like it'd be
Well,
like if your car had seat belts, you're like, that's cool. And then it's also like, by the way, every once in a while the seat shakes, and when it shakes, you can't drive very well and you might crash. Sorry, we can't take that thing out. The seat's
but
gonna shake
May I,
sometimes.
may I,
the
may
car
I
can
add a thought?
crash. That's why you have safety mechanisms put in there.
Right, but here's like, and I'm gonna let Steven respond to this. The car creator is not all good, not all knowing, and not all powerful. We have to build cars with limitations. God is supposed to not have those limitations,
But I
which is
put
why
those.
we don't think. Hold on,
I, as the
it's sorry.
creator,
Steven's turn's next. It's why we don't think God exists over here on my side, because if he's described as having unlimited power, like, are you kidding? If I was perfect and I could make a perfect car, you would not get hurt in this car. It would have like unlimited perfection. It would be the safest car ever. It would never you would never crash. It'd be like this self-driving perfect car that has like infinite airbags. You know what I mean? Like there would be no limitations.
sounds like heaven.
Yeah, great. So just do that. All right, Steven, your turn.
Yeah, so I've got 2 points, and they address both of the things that both of you were saying. So the first one is, if we go back to Eden, we see the reason that suffering exists, the reason that death exists, the reason that awful natural occurrences exist is because, and see, we have a reason for this, because suffering in our worldview ultimately will end. And so that's my second point. But my first point is that because of our first parents, suffering entered into the world, not because of God's decree, but because of the consequences of their actions, which they're the first humans.
Which
So
they had
Wait,
full warning of, by the way. They had full
That's the
warning.
decree part, though. The warning is the decree. He says
Right.
these are the consequences.
warning.
Did he tell them the consequences in advance?
yes, he said, the day that you eat from the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you shall surely die.
Whoa,
Don't
that's
do
not the
it.
consequence.
But you know what they did anyway?
Hold on. That's not the consequence we're talking about.
Death.
Adam and Eve can get fucked. I think those guys were terrible. They ate that fruit. Those shitty people. They deserve fully to get absolutely mutilated. I'm on your side with
I
that.
completely agree with
I
that.
think that if they had known all of humanity and your children's for all time would also suffer if you eat this, they probably have been like, let's just leave. Let's just not eat that
Whoa,
fruit.
whoa,
They weren't.
Yeah,
they weren't
I
told the
completely-
consequences, and it was an unfair rule. Hold on,
I
Neo.
agree.
It's still Steven.
I agree. So think about this. So you're right. And what mercy was extended though? Because God could have, should have, and perfectly justifiably should have ended the human race at that first marriage.
That's a good point.
However, he continued the lineage and he made a promise. So this is my second point. So I want to end on the second point was that he not only showed mercy, but he made a promise. And he said, through you, Eve, there's going to come one. There's going to come one who is going to crush the head of the serpent because he's our antagonist. He's the one who gave the temptation to Eve in the first place.
Yeah, I get
so
it.
there's
Jesus. I know what you mean.
Right.
Okay.
So there's going to come one who's going to do that. And then after he does that,
There's
all
no
the
more suffering.
There's no more suffering.
Which is why now no one suffers.
I wanted to finish. But in your worldview, the world continues on in the way that it is until it either destroys itself or it gets better and better. But that obviously for 2,000 years, I mean, we are still in war all over this. Why haven't we evolved?
You got to
out
get to the
war
end of
yet?
this. I know what your point is. Okay.
So
get you,
yeah.
Okay. But try to just do one point at a time because I'm juggling with two people here. It's a little bit difficult already.
No, you're good.
But this thing where it's like it's only going to be terrible for a while, and then Jesus will come and fix it. That sucks. That's not a perfect. Jesus should have been the third person. If in a perfect world, Jesus is the third person, they do that right away. That's better. Less people have to suffer, right? For the 4,000, however many years it is until Jesus' time. We can imagine if Jesus is Eve's son instead of Mary's son, and they do the thing for humanity right away, we don't have to do the flood, right? We don't have to do Sodom and Gomorrah. We don't have to do all of the Amalekites shit. Like all of this stuff can happen in a better way. So since there's an imaginable, better universe, then it means we don't live in a universe created by a perfectly good creator. Okay. Now, Neo Pro, you're up.
I wouldn't say
Or Pharaoh. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to call you a pro. I don't know what you do at night. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get it. But I was like saying, I wouldn't necessarily come to that conclusion from people's actions. It's like people make their own choices. So whenever they were in the garden, they chose to, even after like sufficient warning, if you told your son, right, don't mess with daddy's gun, don't put it to your head and pull the trigger.
You can't like use that word on TikTok. Just call it a hot dog. Actually, don't call it daddy's hot dog. That's gross. Don't mess with daddy's apple
boomstick.
Yeah, don't mess with daddy's
apple boomstick is good.
Or else it will go boom, and you will most surely unalive. Right. But he does it anyway.
Yeah,
it's kind of messed up, but it's
But then Neo, would I then go, oh great, everyone on Earth now deserves your earthquakes because my son did this? Like, what the fuck what are you talking about? That has no connection to what we're talking about. I said I agree that Eve deserves her punishment. She messed up. God should not have let Adam live for 900 years. He's the boss. He said, if you eat the fruit, you die. As soon as they bit it, he should have gone, boosh, dead. I know. Oh, that was the other point Stephen made. Mercy, right? So this is mercy. The next option is mercy where we have to all suffer. I think the true mercy, if you're perfectly merciful, as I think we all were believed that he has described, then true mercy would have been like, I'm going to give everyone another chance. Everyone gets to be born in Eden. If you fuck up in Eden, you get to step out, right? But you get to start in Eden. Everyone's born in Eden, not born in this suffering, terrible world, because it's not fair that we are punished or have any consequence at all for what those terrible, terrible 4-day-old people did.
Can I answer that?
Please.
Yeah, so we're actually
Neo. And by the way, just so you guys know, I see chats coming through. People are begging to come in. So when either of you are ready to tag out, let me know and I'll switch you with someone else. But do your thing.
Okay, so
I guess I'll preface with this. because I'm probably, or we just end with this because I'm about to go ahead, take a shower, and head off for the night. Here's my view of everything in the universe. This is how it works. Everything works off of creation and destruction. Now, necessarily on those two forces by themselves are not inherently good or bad. They just happen. It's like how we came about.
Wait. Sorry. Everything works on what?
Creation or destruction.
What about just like remaining?
Oh no, if they remain, then well, nothing would ever change.
No, like is my pencil currently creating or destructing?
Well, you had wood that was chopped down.
No, right now, what's it doing in this moment?
Well, you're holding it.
Existing.
Yeah, it's just so it's not creating or destructing.
Being held together
I think
by
your
a
worldview has a false dichotomy. There's a lot of area in between those two things.
No, not really. I mean, just the laws of the universe. How matter is created.
I mean, okay, sure, dude.
All right, so here's what I'm saying.
Just finish your thing. But I'm just letting you know, your thing doesn't make sense. Please finish it.
Because I'm finished. So, if I'm God, I said, let there be light. Okay, I made the universe. I made matter. Things collided with each other, made elements, blah, blah, blah. Those elements destroyed each other, blah, 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 made more elements, came here, blah, blah, blah.
Once you do the first blah, 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 you can go all the way to the end of the thing. It's fine.
Well, yeah. Well, the universe works on creation, new things come in, and destruction, old things die. And, well, as far as creation and destruction goes, you also have another opposing force, good and evil. And evil is a force of destruction, good is a force of creation. And you have control over every single aspect of those two forces.
All right, this is starting to sound like you're reading your manifesto, not responding to the actual thing. So I am going to tag you out. I hope you have a nice shower. Be careful with Daddy's hot dog when you're in the shower, okay? Treat it good. Now, the other...
I did want to answer that point, though.
No, you're still here, but there's another guest who wants to come in, but he's Muslim. I don't think you want a Muslim on your team, do you?
I don't mind. We definitely would not agree on 99% of things, but I wanted to answer that last point real quick if I could do that.
Mine, right? Not that guy's.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
that other guy was on a.
I'm not
rampage.
gonna argue with that guy either. I mean, I don't think his perspective is biblical, and I take a completely biblical perspective. So we wouldn't. So anyway, so we're not all just completely guilty based off of Adam and Eve's choices, because all of us. So take this first commandment for an example. You shall have no other gods before me. Okay, I am Yahweh. I am your God. So because he's a specific person, and that is his rule. Now find or let's take what Jesus says. The law and the prophets are this: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Okay. So just based off of that, those two commands, you shall love God with all of your heart, your soul, mind, and strength, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Nobody in this life is guiltless, or you shall not lie, or you shall not covet anybody's property, or you shall not commit adultery, or like Jesus said, you shall not look at a woman.
Right. I get that we don't all obey God's laws.
Right. So my point is that we don't take guilt just because of Adam and Eve, but we receive guilt from them because of our own decisions.
That's fine.
And that's wherein we need, and the fact that God.
That's why we need death.
No, that's why we need mercy.
Suffering.
We deserve death. We deserve suffering.
No, so that's where you're gonna have to show why we deserve death for not liking our neighbor.
Well, because okay, say if you're the dad, right?
Yeah, I'm Daddy's hot dog.
Okay, so if your boy, your precious boy that I know that you love with all of your soul, that you would lay down your life for 100%. I know that. Who makes the ultimate decisions in the house? Like, who says what is right and what is wrong?
Well, my wife and I talk it out together to make sure that we're not dishing out unreasonable consequences.
Right. So it's not your little boy. He doesn't pay the bills.
Oh, we totally get them in on it too.
No, that's a good idea, but ultimately, you guys decide what time we're going to bed. No, you're not going to that friend's house tonight. You get to make the final decision for things in his life.
Right.
Right. So, because you made him,
No, that's not why.
well, you're his parent. You love him. You want to protect him. You want him to flourish and thrive. You don't want him to hurt himself, and you know what's best for him because
Right.
right.
Yes,
So,
because, yep, yes.
so God is the same way. He
Right.
created us.
So
and
you're
knows
saying so
what's
the
best for
best
us.
thing is that we deserve death for
No, the
every
best thing is that we live forever, but the consequences, just like whenever your son disobeys you and you ground him or spank him or whatever you do, his
or fully unalive him. That might be what is the option.
I hope that's not the option because that
But
would be
why?
murder.
Why not? That's what he deserves.
But you're not the arbitrator of that, though. The law, God is above you, just like you're above your son.
What does that mean? It's not
You and God,
not
you and
just
God
or
are-
something.
Well, you and God would be different because God created humans, but humans create babies. So
If the Bible told me to, then it would be fine.
the Bible doesn't say that. So I would
to
say no.
stone your children to death if they disobey you.
So when we're talking about the law, we also have to So we also have to understand that the
That's
law
too bad.
the law is a reflection of how holy and just God is. Because he's perfect. When we see a law like if your children are being disobedient, put them to death, that is to reveal that humans are not perfect. And so for us to live forever, we have to love one another as we
I
want
know,
to
but here's why this wrecks your whole thing. If the law that was handed down from God said, if your children disobey them, I will smite them. I, God, will smite them. Then I would be like, okay, that's crazy, but you have a point. However, what it says is, if your children disobey you, you smite them. That's why it does go into our hands. It is up to me. He gives us, the parents, the arbiter of the stones, right? We're the ones who decide whether or not to stone them. Otherwise, that verse wouldn't exist, or the multiple verses of rebellious children who need to be put down wouldn't exist.
Right, but those are used to point people to two things: that A, God wants children to honor their mother and their father, and B, just like the other verses where parents are supposed to treat their children with love and not make them angry, like in Ephesians, you're supposed to not, raise your children in the nurture.
I think those ones are great. Those are great. If those were the only ones in here, that'd be awesome. But your Bible also has these shitty ones, so it's confusing, right?
We can't have love without hate, though.
I disagree. I think that.
Okay, here's a point. So if you love black people, do you love black people? I do. I'm sure you do. If you love black people,
I mean, not all of them.
right. So if you love black people, you have to hate slavery. You have to hate the African slave trade. You have to and if you don't,
okay,
if you
I get what you're saying, but if there wasn't slavery, then we wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, you're right. But but that's how.
Let's see what this guy has to say, because you're going really far off track. How do I say your name? Is it Tim or something? Jason? Paul?
Me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Abdul Rahman.
Abdul? Did you say Abdul?
Yes. How are you, man? Before we start, I'm respectful about my Christian brother and you.
Oh, you don't have to do that. That's fine. I mean, maybe for Steven, but you don't have to do that for me.
Wait, what was that? Sorry, I didn't.
He says he respects us. I was just saying, you don't.
Brother, if you knew me, you probably wouldn't. But thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So Steven doesn't need respect. I'm good. Do we need to respect you?
I mean, just respect my religion with your words, but you can say whatever you want.
Okay. Well, how old are you, first of all?
18 and a half.
Oh, really? When's your birthday?
My birthday, 2004.
And
I
Oh my
don't really
God, you're
want.
almost a
I
minor.
don't
No
really want
wonder. I
to.
bet the prophet loves you. Get the fuck out of here.
Yikes.
For someone else.
Yeah, hey,
The
but
prophet
also
Muhammad fucked
please feel
children,
free
just to be clear.
to throw me out of here at any point. I do enjoy the conversation.
Oh, maybe let me see. Yeah, there's there's a few other guest requests. So I'll tell you what. Say one more thing, and then we'll tag you out with someone else and see what Jacob and the other guy has to say. Go ahead.
Okay. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believes in him will not perish, but have everlasting life. And that is a glorious promise for all who will believe and turn to God in faith, because that's all it takes. None of us have to do anything good for God. He loves us perfectly and infinitely, and he showed that whenever he crushed his only son for our transgressions against his righteous law. So thank you, Mezzo. I appreciate it. Thank you, audience. You guys were great. And yeah, I'll be praying for you. Thank you.
Amen, brother. Thank you so much. All right. Oh shoot, I dropped the wrong guy. Jason, come on back up. Sorry about that, Jason. Was that guy's name Jason or Jacob? Yeah, so I'm so sorry about that. It
You're good.
always,
Can you hear me?
like, yeah, I can hear you fine. Like right when I'm going to push someone down, TikTok goes like, wah, 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 wah.
Oh, no, you're
Like
good,
it
man. Don't
always
worry.
juggles them right at the last second. Sorry about that. So
No, you're
Jacob,
good.
what's your age and religion?
Okay, so I'm 19, and I used to be Christian, but I turned agnostic. Not turned, but just kind of thought that that might be the best way to go.
Okay.
I'd like to point out that
But
your argument is.
hold on. So you don't believe in God though?
Well, I don't believe that there's not a possibility of a God, and I don't believe that there is a possibility of a God. That's why I'm agnostic.
But this is just for believers.
I know, but I like know a lot about the Bible, and I feel like I just would like to address your claim. I think I'm confusing what you're trying to say. In suffering
Right,
exists,
I understand,
so God doesn't.
but the seat is just saved for, like, there's a bunch of people in the guest thing, and this is just saved for believers only. They're like the only way that just like random people can come up. Not that you're random, you seem very
no, you're
specific, but like that, like other non-believers come up as if you subscribe at like level 2 tier Mezzo plus subscription. Then I just let whoever up. But if we do it like this, and like every fucking buddy wants to come up, so
Oh,
I just,
okay. Yeah, my bad. I had no idea.
No, it's all right. I don't say it out clearly, so I did drop you properly. But you're all good. You're good. And let's bring up our next guest. Morbid. I can only see Morbid. Morbid Chid.
Yeah. What's up?
Is that, can I call you Morbid?
Yeah, you can if you want.
How old are you, and what's your religion?
I'm 36 and I'm a Lutheran.
Perfect. And then we have Perry. How old are you?
I'm 28.
And are you a Christian?
I am, yeah.
All right. Morbid, you got in here first. I think that the suffering that we see in the world just seems so unnecessary. And yet you claim there's an all good, all powerful God watching after us. That doesn't make sense to me. Take it away.
Well, if we have to break it down, because of course I am a Lutheran, but of course you have the Abrahamic religions. But I would have to say, we have to first start by saying, does God exist? And that doesn't matter first and foremost what type of God, what religion, or even if it's an all-loving God, right? First, we have to come to the conclusion, is there a creator of the universe? That seems to be like the first question.
Well, I think, I mean, we can at least narrow down the Christian God first, because there's there's a whole bunch of gods that have already been suggested, right?
Okay.
And then you believe in one specific one. So if we can show that that one's not real, then I think we could go, okay, now we know that one's not real. Do you want to talk about deism or something after that, or should we look at Allah? Yeah.
Well, no. Well, I mean, Allah is God. There's one Abraham God.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get that covers a big sweeping bunch of them, right? If we can get rid of that one, that does like all, like not just Lutheran, but like Baptist, Protestant, the Mormons are fucked. A lot, right? Yes. Like Judy, like all of that's gone. So I think we can just get rid of that one first, and then we'll go deal. Like you can help me deal with Hinduism and all that other shit later.
Well, I do have an argument for against sort of the Greek mythology and the Hinduism, but we can do, of course, that later. But
I don't believe in them, so I'm with you on that. We don't have to.
Yeah.
We don't have to get into that.
But I would say one of the things that, when I discuss the existence of God with people that don't believe, one of the things that sort of makes me, people, the term Gnosticism, you know that God exists, is one of the things is that you can't create life out of nothing. Would you say that's an accurate thing? Of course you wouldn't, because you're an atheist, right?
Wh- I don't understand how that answer. How does that respond to the problem of suffering?
Well, like I said, before we decide why suffering exists, because he says suffering exists so God doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
saying,
talking about Jesus, right? You think Jesus is God?
I think he's definitely part of the Trinity. Yeah.
Okay, so Jesus Christ, Yahweh, and then the Holy Spirit, which didn't get a name. That's kind of unfair. I never realized that till now. You get like Yahweh gets his like a name, Jesus gets a cool like he double name, Jesus Christ, and then Holy Spirit is just like, what
Well,
the fuck
Christ
am
is a
I?
title, right? It means
Okay,
the
but
anointed.
Jesus is of Nazareth, right? What's
Well,
Holy
Nazareth
Spirit's
is
name?
where he's from.
Yeah, but that's what
But
they did
yes,
back then, right? They like your last
yeah,
name was where you're from, and you
for
so you
sure.
get Yahweh of heaven, and then you get Jesus of Nazareth, and then you just get like, and then this guy's name is his job title. That's kind of fucking lame. He should get a cooler name.
Yeah. Well, we can think of something maybe. But my point is that I would say that there's evidence all around us that there is a creator of the universe. One of them is that you can't really, if you, when we talk about evolution, you can see
Okay,
single
I
cell
grant it. Yeah,
organisms.
there's
Yeah.
a intelligent mind floating in nothingness, thought of the universe, and the universe spawned out of its mind, and now we have a telepathic link with this mind, some fucking how, and it knows our
With the
thoughts, and
Holy
it's all
Spirit, right?
powerful, and it wants us to be good, and it loves us so much, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and then now that that's all agreed upon, and I'm a theist now, like you, or I'm a deist now. Okay, for this argument, now it doesn't make sense that I look around and you say Jesus loves you, and I'm like, who the hell is that? Who's Jesus? What are you talking about? Like,
Fair enough.
if he says you want to, this is all good and there's bad stuff, this all good creator is looking after us, but there's bad stuff. That doesn't make sense.
Well, would you say then that the role of God is to be sort of a babysitter, that he's supposed to protect us from everything around us?
Yeah, I mean, if you call him father, that's even better than babysitter, right? Oh, maybe that's what the Holy Spirit is. Let's call him the babysitter. So you get the father, the son, and then the babysitter
And
who,
the holy babysitter.
yeah, yeah,
I
okay,
think the
I like that.
babysitter is supposed to be like this sort of the way we connect to God. Like this, our soul is
So it's
sort of
more like an au pair. Okay, that's fine.
like Donnie Darko, when you see like there's this there's a shot of Donnie Darko where he has like this thing that comes out of him.
Yeah, that's
Like
his path, though, right? That's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
his
Well, in
guiding
the
path.
movie, yeah, it's his path. But that's sort of how I envision the Holy Spirit. It's sort of like your soul interconnected to God, who's
Yeah, it's
sort
like
of
this prong. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I loved
So
that
yeah,
movie.
I love that
You know
movie
what I
too. I
loved
think it's
about
great.
that movie is the guy who was doing child corn. He had like a children of the corn ring, we'll call it. You know what
Yeah,
I'm talking
Patrick
about when I say
Swayze.
corn, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, so he had a bunch of children of the corn, and then he got like obliterated, right? And they burned his whole shit down. And I
Mhm.
think that is good. But I think that like if that's what's going to happen in the end, that's neat. Like to bring it back to this metaphor. But what would have been better, like if I were the all good movie director, I would have said, let's just make him not do that. Let's make the scene be where he's not doing that.
Well, then you get rid of free will.
No, you still have your path. You can choose directions. There's just this guy who would have made child corn. He's just cut him from the movie completely. Don't make that guy in the movie.
You would just, yeah, you would.
Yeah, just
Well,
make the good
that's
ones.
well. There's in the Old Testament there is a story like that, right? You have the Noah and the ark. So you have a story where God looks down on the earth and he sees all the terrible people doing terrible things, and he says, I'm going to flood the earth. I'm going to kill all the bad people. And the story sort of
No, no,
ends
no.
with him
That's
going,
I'm not saying to kill Patrick Swayze.
"No,
That's
you
not
mean
what
erase him
I,
from history?"
don't make him to begin with. Yeah,
Yes.
don't initiate him. Yeah, yeah. I think unaliving people is not good. But I think that like not creating people can be good if you know they're going to be bad, right? But I think we should let Perry kind of chime in here too, just to make it fair. Hey, Perry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad he kind of touched on the free will point at the end. That's what I believe. You know, you can't, God has given us the gift of free will. And so you can't have love without free will. So God gives us,
I don't see why not.
well, because then it wouldn't really be
Wait, do you mean like ultimate free will to choose literally anything?
to choose, yeah, between good and evil. I mean, you have
Yeah,
the
but I think
choice.
he could have said like, do you want to choose me or choose not me? And you have those two choices, but no matter what, it's good. Both things are good.
Sure. I mean,
Oh, okay, well, that's what I would have done if I were all good. Then I would have made both options good. I'd be like, you could choose to be with me, God, and the babysitter in heaven, where it's really good, or you can be on earth and kind of not be sure. You're agnostic, maybe it's all good there, or you have to go to hell if you deny me, and it's great in hell. You're gonna love it. That's
I
all
mean,
good.
he gave it to like the first people created, Adam and Eve. He said,
Yeah, I think it was a good start.
do not,
Keep doing that.
do not eat of the tree of knowledge and evil. And they chose to
If we
eat of
looked
it.
around right now and it was Eden, this argument would suck.
Yeah.
Right? Like it
But-
would be a really shitty like look at all the oh man.
But this is a really good philosophical question that you bring up, and there's a great quote from Taoism that says, "One can only know beauty as beauty because there is evil." So there's this idea that we sort of need these two contrasts. It's black and white, yin and yang. We sort of
I like the Tao a lot, but I disagree with a bunch of it. I think that it is like new Christian theology, it is littered with false dichotomies. I think there's a lot of gray. I think the yin and the yang should be fading instead of having a harsh line.
Well,
You know what
maybe
I mean?
yeah. I mean, I understand that. I mean, and that's also, of course, a very popular idea, the sort of shades of gray. But, and we can definitely say that some suffering is very astronomical and really bad. But I would say that, I would say free will is really important. And we are created with the possibility to do whatever we want. And we're sort of, and
All right,
the
well,
goal is.
then let us have free will. And that means like all of the murders and the bank robberies and the can't even say it, jaywalking. Sorry. It's hard to get that out. And the child rape and everything else that is terrible, that you guys think is really important for us to be able to love somehow. We can still choose all those, but natural disasters and diseases are gone. What about that? Would that be a better universe?
Would it be a better universe? Of course, it would be a better universe.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
maybe
morally
our-
better to make a better universe, or is it morally better to make a worse universe?
Well, maybe we're supposed to create that universe. Maybe we're destined to create.
No. We don't create universes. Don't take God's job, okay? You're
No,
already
I
like
don't- I
itching
don't-
for the Holy Spirit's job. Don't take God's job now. He's the universe creator. He makes
No,
the
it's
plan.
like yes. Well, the point is
Blasphemy.
that when you when you see things around you that upset you, there's a quote that a friend of mine used to say is like, well, if you think somebody should do something about that, maybe that somebody is you.
Yeah.
And we have people. Yeah.
So what do we do about hurricanes?
Well, I mean, aren't we looking into weather modification? Aren't we looking into stopping climate change? Aren't we trying to figure out how to save the planet? Isn't that like part of what we're trying to do as on this earth?
Yeah, and it's really hard. Do you think God knows how to do it right now?
You think, yeah, but I don't think
Yeah,
the
so,
idea.
so why isn't he giving us a help?
'Cause I think-
Wouldn't it
I
be
think-
better to help us?
Yeah, I don't think it would. Just
Hold on. Go back to my initial question. There was 2 universes proposed, and I know I just said I don't like false dichotomies. I think there are more universes than these, but just between the 2, one is what we have right now, and 2 is just like we have right now, but there's no disease or natural disasters. We still like hurt each other. We still like have breakups. There's still like dying of old age, right? And stabbings and things like that, but not from earthquakes, hurricanes, or like any STDs or from like cancers, Parkinson's, any of that stuff is not what it's from. It's just from like old age and stabbings, right? So of those two, you agreed that this one, I'm calling this universe 2, Mezzo's universe, was a better universe. So the question is, as a moral agent choosing to create one of these two universes at the beginning of time of creation, is it morally better? Is it morally good to choose the worst universe, or is it morally good to choose the better universe? Because I would say it's morally better to choose the better universe.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna use the Old Testament as a source, he does create that universe to begin with, doesn't he? In Genesis, Eden is this paradise where you can't even
Well, that's
viable
not quite
rape.
engaging with it. Perry, did you want to try?
Well, before I jump in, I just have a question for Morbid, and sorry to put you on the spot, but who do you believe that God is, Morbid? I just want to make sure that we have the same God.
The babysitter. You got
I think-
Jesus, Yahweh, and the Holy Spirit.
Yes, I believe in the Holy Trinity. It's the one true God that created the universe.
Okay.
He was just quoting Taoism before because it's an easy read. If you haven't read the Tao, it's a much easier. I mean, the English version, the Chinese version is a little bit more difficult to get through.
Well, and that's, I didn't mean to be offensive or anything. I just want to make sure that we're on the same point. But, and I'm sorry that this is not intriguing, but I mean, I'm just looking at the scripture too as well. And so I'm going to float back to, he did create it as a perfect world as well in the Garden of Eden. And he also has a plan of total redemption, and he has a plan of a perfect world.
But this is what this is the exact thing I'm saying.
But
So,
I know, but it goes back from the very
back in
beginning.
Eden,
like-
back in Eden, universe 1, the one that we in, has the tree in the middle of it
right.
and the command not to eat from it. Universe 2 doesn't have the tree in it. He put the tree outside of the gates.
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously, like the garden, just for people in the chat, like I don't think the Garden of Eden is real. We're doing like an internal critique, just for like my atheist friends. I don't want to think I'm like drifting away from stuff here.
So,
Obviously, the Garden of
your
Eden is
point-
bullshit. This is like a mythology. No one's convinced by it at all. Who is like reasonable in any way? But Universe 2 just doesn't have the tree in it, so they still get to choose from the apple tree, from the orange tree, from the pear tree, from the like all the other options are still there.
So really your point is that God is evil because he put the tree there.
I didn't say evil. I said slightly less good.
Okay. Yes. But
Right?
yes. But all of, yeah.
So if he's morally perfect and he chose slightly less good, then that seems a bit like a contradiction to me.
No, he's told them not to eat of it, and they ate of it, and because of that, there was consequences, and because of that, it said man would have to work for his labor and sweat, and women would have, childbirth pains, and so that was a consequence. If you go out and unalive
What
someone,
about my other option I
there's
gave the other
consequences.
guest where, yeah, fuck Adam and Eve. They were terrible. They ate fruit. Get out of the garden.
Okay, well look at the
go
next,
have a terrible childbirth pain and you work.
look
You
at the
fucking
next
go
people.
work in the dirt. And then the
Cain
next people
unalived his brother. The next,
No. But listen, hear me out. The next people, instead of coming from Eve, you just make her barren, and then you make the next people also in Eden. You just get more clay and another rib. Boom. You got 2 more people, right? Or maybe
Well-
just 2 clays. If you want to
But-
go with the Adam and Steve thing, that might be fun.
But before God even created humans, he already had a plan of redemption. And so that's
yes,
why
so he already knew that all the
Yes.
suffering was going to take place. So he
And-
did know the future was going to happen. He did know it was going to be worse, and he
Yes.
chose it anyways. That makes him worse.
no, it doesn't make him
More,
worse.
I mean, more. It makes him
goes back to-
morally.
it goes back to the free will.
repugnant. Yeah.
It goes back to free will and love. Love is the supreme ethic, and you cannot have love without free will, without free choice. And so you can.
He
you're
saw
gonna
the
decide what
future,
you
and
wanna
he
believe
went.
in.
He saw the future of both options. He saw the future of both options and said, "This
Yeah.
one, people don't have enough free will. Yes, they can choose all the fruit they want. They can choose if they want to hang out with lions or pandas or penguins. They're all here, right?
Yeah.
They can choose whatever they want. They can choose to fuck or not fuck. They have all these choices, right? And then that's it, and that's good. Or I can do this other one that has suffering and redemption, blood and pain, and then also the good stuff, all the good stuff, but just also the bad stuff. And
It's
between
actually
those two, he chose the one that has more bad stuff. That just
Yeah,
morally
yes.
is a negative. It's bad.
it's actually, you know, with Christianity, it's the only religion, by the way, where you don't have to work your way to heaven. And so God loved he loved his creation so much that he sent his son to save us from eternal damnation, which, by the way, yes, thank you for that. Which, by the way, is hell is eternal separation from God. That's what hell is. And so he has sent his son
I know.
for that.
I know the story. Yeah.
But
I'm
it
just
is
saying
really
that the
interesting.
story sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is really interesting when you bring up seeing the future. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine once, and he was talking about the idea like, well, if we're making these choices ourselves, but God can see the future, and how does it all work? And I always thought of it because we mentioned movies earlier. It's like almost if you're watching Die Hard in a movie on tape, you know, you can fast forward, you can move backwards, but you're not controlling what John McClane does. You might have seen it before, you know what's going to happen, but you can't control what's going to happen in it.
Yeah, but God is the executive producer in charge of the studio who can rewrite the script.
Yes, but he's not because of free will. And you can say, because what you're saying is on Earth 2 is you're sort of creating
I'm
this
saying
sort of
it would be
Care
better
Bears.
without free will.
Yes,
The movie would be morally
obviously-
better without free will. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, not only not free will, but you're sort of talking about this sort of almost the way I envision Earth 2, the way you're describing is sort of this Care Bears-esque universe where we live and we pet pandas and we're sort of been lobotomized and we don't have to fear about anything. And you talked earlier about, you know, God saw everything. He's seen the movie. So clearly, if we use that logic, there's something in Earth 1 that, you know, right now people are suffering, but apparently it's all going to build up to something that's so much better.
Right? So there's no way he could have made Earth 2 come to that better ending without all the suffering. So it's like this, like right now I'm petting my cat. So there's two options here. I could pet my cat like this, where it likes it. Or I could pet my cat with one hand and pull its tail really hard with the other. And that's the other option. I'm still petting my cat, and I could pull it just like 6 or 7 times until it like really hurts, and then pet it some more. Now, which one is a morally better choice? It's
Well, what if
obviously
I'm a time traveler and I come and tell you you have to pull on your tail's cat or the world's gonna end? I have to pull on your tail's the cat's tail.
Yeah,
or
I pull it. I pull it in
15
a second. Yeah. Wait,
Yeah,
is that
exactly.
are those my only options?
Apparently,
I'm limited to just those options.
I mean we've been talking about two options.
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
Earth 1 and Earth 2. Earth 1 is when you're really nice to your cat always. Earth 2 is you have to also be mean to the cat, hypothetically, for good things to happen in the future. If you're not mean to the cat, bad things will
but in
happen.
Earth 2, the world doesn't end. That's not analogous.
Well, we don't know that. Well, apparently something does
Okay,
happen.
let me finish the analogy. In Mezzo's 2, the world stays great forever, and everyone loves it. Forgot to mention that. God could have just made that one.
Somebody asked in the chat, does God only give you two choices? No, but we're talking, in this hypothetical situation, there are only two choices, right?
Yeah. But the point is that if you went back in time and told God, hey, if you make universe 2, it's going to end. You have to pick universe 1 where bad things happen. God would go, fuck you, I'm God. I'm going to make universe 2 and it's never going to end. I can do whatever I want. I'm God. Fuck off. How did you get back here? Right? Like, what are you talking? Like, God doesn't have the limitations. These little like should I, shouldn't I things, or like, you know, like trolley. What is it called? The trolley.
the trolley problem. Yeah.
Problems. Those work great on humans, but God is going to just be like, what are you talking about? I snap the trolley away with my fingers. You can't put limitations on me. Also, while I snap, everyone on Earth gets ice cream at the same time. Like he has no, like, the morally best thing to do isn't to pick 1 or 5. It isn't to pick Earth 1 or Earth 2. It's to pick some other Earth that's better than I've thought of, where everyone gets ice cream. In fact, I'm introducing Earth 3. It's just like Earth 2.
Earth 3 is ice cream.
Yeah, and no one's lactose intolerant. which of
I like
course
it.
was part of the diseases. So that was already gone. No
Well,
lactose
it was
intolerance.
already on
Yeah.
Earth too.
Plus, milk grows on trees, so cows don't have to get, milked. They don't have to go through like factory farming or anything like that. Meat and milk could just grow on trees, so we're able to like eat super tasty bulgogi without having to like slice open cow throats. And it's a better universe, right? Because there's less cow suffering. Even if you fucking hate cows, it's a little bit better. And he chose the one that's a little bit worse.
Yeah, because I
love cows.
Because I think the other one might be paradise, right? I think Earth 2 and maybe Earth 3 is what we get in the afterlife.
Yeah, it's closer. Like, look, if there was not even Eden, I know I joked around earlier. If you looked around in Eden, we wouldn't have this argument. But I've also used like the Bluey universe. Do you watch Bluey?
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't watched it, but when I said Care Bears, I mean, Bluey, I would assume is very similar. Sort of
Yeah,
this
it's kinda
perfect universe.
No,
The children's cartoons-
no.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
And by the way, neither is Care Bears. There are struggles in Bluey. The dad had to go on a work trip, and the children cried and were sad. That was sad. They struggled through that in that episode, right? And then when he got home, they felt that joy of his return, and they weren't like sad. They weren't missing him anymore. And obviously, I cried watching that. I thought it was beautiful because I've had to do that with my kids before.
Mhm.
And it was beautiful. It was a really nice episode, even though there was struggle in it. But there's not an episode of Bluey where Bluey has to hide under their desk because someone brought a like pew into the classroom. There's not an episode of Bluey where the mom, Bluey's mom, gets graped by the neighbor, and they have to go to Bluey jail, like Bluey court, to figure out how to deal with it. There's not an episode of Bluey where Bingo gets cancer. You know, they didn't make those episodes. There could be a much better universe that's still not perfect. So that would still make heaven good. But the amount of suffering that we see in this world is too much. It's not, there's no way to justify it that as being created by an all good God.
Well, that's a really interesting thing because this, of course, has been philosophical debate in Christian communities and Jewish communities for many, many years, decades, centuries.
They've been talking about Bluey for that long? I got to look this up. This is amazing. I thought I made this argument up.
And there's a great book called The Lost Bible that I own, that I would recommend you check out if you're interested in theology, even if you're not religious. That goes over sort of the both Jewish and Christian scriptures that are no longer canonized, and part of them because
it's all the Apocrypha.
Yeah, no, it's just also from the old stuff that used to be in the Old Testament. Talks about the Book of Enoch and all that.
Yeah, that's Apocrypha. That's what it means. Yeah. Like the books of the Bible that they removed during the Nicene Creed and stuff like that.
Yeah. And a couple of other things that...
Yeah, the Book of Enoch is a wild ride. It's kind
I
of
love
fun.
the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
It's great.
I think all of the like Old Testament books are like super fun stories if they never happened. It's like reading Game of Thrones. Like these wars they go to are like fun to read about. But if any of this shit is real, like holy fuck, it's bad. This is so bad. So bad. And even then, like the Levitical law stuff is bad, even if it were fantasy. It's like whoever wrote this needs to be looked like it's like if your kid was like writing a fantasy novel and there's like, okay, there's some stuff in here we need to get you checked out for, right? God, this is dark. This is dark stuff. These laws are bad. Yeah. Anyways, guys, just you can say some more if you want to, but there are some people in the queue who want to tag in. So if you're ready to jump out, let me know and I'll tag you out.
Okay.
I'll just end with this and I'll jump out of here. But I'm curious on your beliefs as well. Do you believe that Jesus was a real person and that he walked on the earth?
Maybe. Yeah, I guess I don't know for sure. But if he was a real person who walked on the earth, I would limit it to just the earth and not the water.
Okay, that's okay. I guess the only other thing I would add would be that no one suffered more than Jesus did. And if you take the Christian viewpoint of Jesus, I mean, he suffered pretty bad.
So for people who spend years trapped in the basement of like their attacker who just get graped on the regular, you think that that's like a better life to choose than having a bunch of followers for a long time and then doing the cross thing for a day?
I mean, I don't really need to debate the suffering of Jesus.
Yeah, I would
compared
say
to
that that's
someone
probably
body.
not the best
I
thing
mean,
to do. Yeah.
getting nailed to a cross though and getting whipped
Other
40
people
times.
also had that, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
but sure, but
So,
you know,
yeah. And he
you know
also,
what I'm
by
saying.
the way, at the end of it, he got to come back to life, and the other ones didn't. So if you're comparing their, just like forget the person in the garage, which you already had, you were fine with like not thinking about them. But two
by the
people
way,
on the
that's
cross,
fine.
they both die. One comes back. He gets a little bit back. The other guy's suffering was worse.
And one guy went to heaven as well
Yeah,
because
Jesus.
he believed.
No,
Well, and the other guy on the cross as well.
No, there was. It wasn't just the one time they did a cross.
There was, I know that, but there was two.
there were three
thieves on the
Harry, was there
cross.
ever a time in history where someone was put to death on the cross and then went to
Yes.
hell?
Yes.
Was their suffering worse than Jesus's?
It's a very good question.
I don't have.
All
I don't
right,
have
okay,
records.
okay.
Of the
I
don't have records
I
of
know.
the other
Okay,
guy.
I'm going to tag you out. Okay, okay.
mean,
I know. Okay, that
So-
was rough. Sorry.
I'm almost. I just wanted to say because I think it's a really interesting theological question, and I just wanted to bring up that there was a time when the Jews were being occupied, I think, by Babylonians, and they were asking the questions: why is there so much suffering? We're God's chosen people. Why is this happening to us if God loves us so much? And their conclusion was that the only way that they could sort of come to terms with it was that Satan runs the earth. And I think that's a really interesting hypothesis. And that's something that you can see in Gnosticism with the demiurge.
Do you mean like in Old Testament times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Is that what, so that's like in Jeremiah here. This is when God's talking about how he's going to like bring on the doom of Babylon.
yeah, that could be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when the Isaiah prophecies is written, I mean, he's sort of prophesying Jesus because they're sort of under this occupation. So when the Romans occupy them later, he goes like, people go, oh, this is the time when Jesus is going to come because he talked about an occupation.
Sharpen the arrows, fill the quivers. The Lord has stirred up the spirit of the kings of the Medes because of his purpose concerning Babylon is to destroy it. For that is the vengeance of the Lord, vengeance for his temple, because the Babylonians, their soldiers wrecked the temple, right? Mm-hmm. And so what God does is he kills all the Babylonian soldiers and all the children too, and like the old guys. Yeah.
Just murders everybody. The Old Testament, God really loved to do stuff
You
like
are
that.
my war club, my weapon of battle. With you I smash nations. He's talking to Israel. With you I destroy kingdoms. With you I smash the horse and its rider. With you I smash the chariot and the charioteer. With you I smash man and woman. With you I smash the old man and the boy. With you I smash the young man and the girl. So he made sure he got old man, young man, and boy, and horse, and girl. And the shepherds and their flocks and the farmers and their teams. And with you, I smash governors and deputies. Yeah, this is that stuff that just really makes you want to shut the fucking book.
It's sort of guilt by association, right? Like everybody deserves to be killed because of who they are.
Yeah.
And it's even have worse stuff in the Old Testament because you have the story of Elijah when the Israeli kids are making fun of him and God sends bears to eat them or maul them.
Yeah, I don't think that's worse. Here's why. I know this is going to be a weird atheist take. I don't think that's as bad because the bears don't suffer PTSD. In this other one, the children still get slaughtered in both, but the soldiers who have to do the slaughtering experience that too. Like they have to like remember chopping Babylonian children in half, whereas the bears kind of are like, that kid was delicious. That was a nice snack. So I think there's just like, they're both bad. Don't get me wrong. Like I justice for the bullies, you know, the bald bullies from the that verse in Kings. But I think that God using humans to slaughter other humans is like, if he would use bears all the time, it would actually get like you out of a lot of conundrums and stuff. But anyways, Morbid, thanks for coming and being a good guest here. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. We have some other guests here. And let me just do this real quick because I'm good on that. Michael, what's your age in religion?
45 Christian.
Perfect. Welcome in. Zach, what's your age in religion?
39 Jewish.
All right. Do you guys mind being paired together even though you guys don't agree on exactly who God is?
I have no problem.
Yeah, no problem with that.
All right, Michael, you're up first. We've been talking about the problem of suffering. It seems to me like there's a little extra amount of suffering than we would expect in the world if there was an all good God watching after us. What are your thoughts on that?
Are you are you a moral objectivist or a moral subjectivist?
I'm certain that there is moral subjectivity. I think you would agree to that. There might also be objective morality, but I don't know if there is or not.
Therefore, if you take morals to be subjective, how do you ground or base them?
So if they're subjective, it's on me. I'm the subject.
Right. So therefore, if you were to say suffering is wrong, how do you justify a claim that's not based in any transcendent value external to yourself? And do you find?
I'm open to changing my mind. Do you want to convince me that suffering is morally good?
I'm not convincing you of suffering to be morally good, but if God does not exist, then objective morals and duties do not exist. Therefore, objective values are things like justice is good or torturing children is wrong, which are true regardless of human opinion.
Are those your opinions, or what is your take? Or are you arguing hypothetically, or are you arguing your own opinions?
So when you use terms like, what my opinion is, anytime I use should or ought, which is opinionated, I'm automatically referring to a value outside of myself. So I have to ask you, where do you assign human value?
Oh no, not if I go, I think it should be like this. Then that's within me, right?
Right. So then therefore that would be your opinion. And what is it?
And that's what I'm using. But are you using objective morality or something?
Yes.
Okay, so
If I
so since you have access to objective morality, that's great. We'll use yours, and then we don't have to even use mine. So is suffering like Parkinson's disease, cerebral palsy, hurricanes, earthquakes, all the shit, child rape, are all these things good things or bad things?
You're referring to a Euthyphro dilemma. What you're saying is...
I'm asking you to tell us if those are objectively good or bad.
I'm trying to tell you. What you're referring to is called the Euthyphro dilemma, where if something is good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's good?
No, however, I'm asking you to tell me what it is.
I say suffering is bad, but I assign value outside of myself. So I want to know how you justify...
You say that, but you know that that's objectively true, right?
That is objectively true.
Okay, so you don't have to qualify it with I say this, because we know that whatever you say is going to agree with objective morality, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, you don't have to say if you say I say it sounds like you're doing subjective morality, but what you're trying to do objective morality. So you should do you should just say it is true that suffering is bad.
It is objectively true that suffering is wrong.
Okay, all right.
If there is no God,
if that's true, so I'm going to accept that. I accept that. It is objectively true. Just for this conversation, I'm convinced that it is objectively true that suffering is wrong. Now, I guess my question would be, well, since suffering exists, it seems like an all-good God doesn't.
Well, then you would have to infer that something is good because God. So that's the Euthyphro dilemma, right? So what you're saying is, but here's my appeal to that. Therefore, if God's nature or standard of goodness and his flows from his nature, thus morality is not arbitrary, but grounded in God's unchanging nature. So there's an intuitive appeal where most people are going to recognize it. Some things are
unless God's
wrong.
Bad, right?
So most people are going to recognize that some things are objectively wrong, which aligns with the idea of objective morality. So there's a logical structure that must flow from this.
Right. So, but if God is bad, then we're confused, right?
Yeah, because God's nature is good.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's your claim, but we don't know that for sure, right?
No, of course we know that for sure. So if God is the creator of all things and assigns values,
but not all things seem good, do they?
The nature of God.
Do you think everything seems good?
No, of course not.
Okay, but you're saying that stuff that seems good to us is actually good to God? Or,
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
no,
I'm
you're
sorry.
drawing
I'm
a false.
sorry. I said that so backwards. I'm sorry. Stuff that seems bad to us might be good to God.
No, that's the Euthyphro dilemma.
Okay,
You're
so stuff that
telling,
seems bad to us is bad to God.
would it be good if there was no evil?
Why are you not like engaging with my questions? Like, it will help me understand if you engage with the questions that I have about it.
But you're drawing a false dichotomy. There's an immutable nature, which is unchanging in his essence, character, and moral nature.
I
Just as
understand your
everything-
claim. What I'm saying is, in order to know that for sure, we have to rule out that God is like evil, right? Or that there's a whole bunch of gods. Maybe there's a bunch of gods, right? We don't know that for sure. Okay. So if you want to rule those things out for me, we can do that. That'd be cool. But until you do that, you just saying God's nature is good, it is like a neat claim, bro. Back it up. I want to hear though what Zach has to say about it, or if you want to go somewhere else with it, Zach, go ahead.
Well, I think that we're starting off with an interesting like dilemma, which is that you said that, you know, Michael and I don't agree on what God is. Clearly, you and I probably don't agree on what God is. So, like, what is God? Can we start with that? Because that would really help me get to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you believe in like Yahweh, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm Jewish by tradition. I have pretty personal beliefs about what the world is and how it.
Oh, I guess I didn't mean to. That's confusing because Judaism is like an ethno religion. So ethnicity wise, or at least traditionally, you like identify as Jewish. But what do you?
And I believe my general belief is that there's like in it, like there is a truth, there's a power, there's a source.
Right, but is it Yahweh?
Yahweh is, again, it's one way of tapping into truth source, right? All the different traditions have their avenue into truth and source.
Speaking of tapping, everyone make sure you're tapping the screen. I'm going to tap mine right here real quick. Let me give it just a few taps. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, accident. When I was tapping the screen, I just disconnected him. Ah, dang it. Oh, shit.
You can bring him back up. He'll come back up.
Oh, no. I blocked him out again. Okay, hold on one second, Michael. I have J-Mike. I want you to know I'm going to have you up here, but I'm doing a 2v1 tonight. That's my plan.
Handicap match.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, yeah. But I think we call it disabled now.
So back to the conversation of God's nature.
I'm going wrestling. WWE. So I'm using their terminology.
I know, I'm fucking with you. But did you have something you wanted to toss in here?
Well, I mean, I was really frustrated that you kept asking questions and he like just wouldn't answer them for whatever reason. That's fine. You know, it's whatever. I had a couple things. Like one, there isn't. This is probably not as important, but the first thing is that there's not a dichotomy between like objective and subjective, right? If someone just goes like, "Well, I don't believe in objective morality" or something, it doesn't follow that they hold any position. It's like saying, "Is LeBron James standing up or sitting down right?" Or if you ask me, "Is LeBron James standing up right now?" and I go, what? I don't think that he is standing up right now or something. I don't know. I don't know if he's standing up right now. Right. You're going to then think that I think he's sitting down, and that doesn't follow if I'm like, well, I'm not sure if he's standing up. Right. Someone could just be agnostic to the view. And also someone could hold a different position.
That was my whole thing. That's how I started. Yeah. I mean, like my thing with objective, subjective with morality, and I am not good at this. So J Mike, feel free to correct this. And Michael, I feel like you'll mention the same paradox thing again, but what I'm saying is very clearly we do have a subjective reality, because subjects are not a reality but morality. Each subject has differing opinions. We know that's true because we don't all agree on everything. Subjective morality does exist. If on top of that there's also objective morality, show that. Great. I would love to see that. That sounds great. But I don't actually like know if we have access to it, even if it is real.
That's actually a really good point too, because like, he's not going to disagree with the fact that he has stances about things, like opinions about things, right? Disgust towards certain things, and then there's this question: does the disgust, the opinion that you have, match up with, if we hypothetically think there's objective morality, does it align? Does it correspond with the objective moral truths? Right? There's still a question about that. So he doesn't what you're saying is absolutely true. He doesn't disagree that there's some subjective notion because people have opinions, people have stances. There's a further question of whether or not those match up if there is objective morality or whatnot, right? Now,
well, and that's
now
why I
he has-
granted
he
him
has an extra-
I granted him objective morality, and I even granted him that his morality
I'd
lined
like
up
to,
with
I'd like
it.
to talk to the. I'd like to talk to it.
go ahead. I'm just trying to point out that you are adding something else that me and Mezzo aren't convinced exists. So it's the dialectical burden is on you, right? Not us. When we're saying we're not convinced of that.
Yeah, but
and then, by the way, the youth
J-Mike,
has
we don't
nothing-
say words like dialectical burden here. This is my show. We got to dumb it fucking down
I
for
got
us.
to get my word in first.
You
All
have
right,
you have the speaking stick of proof. There you go.
That's exactly okay. J-Mike, thank you so much. I'm going to switch you out for Christian, but thank you for coming up, my friend.
Sure.
Everyone follow
So-
J-Mike. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Michael.
As to the claim, so here, what you're saying, and I'm going to make sure I don't straw man your position, is that if morality depends on God's nature, how can we know that His nature is truly good? Now, what I'm going to refute, I would like to make a counterclaim to that, and that it seems like it is circular reasoning, and here's my basis. God as the necessity, foundation for objective goodness, and here's my argument. If objective moral values exist, and let's say like torturing babies is wrong, they require a transcendent source beyond human opinion. Therefore, God, as the only being who is necessarily good, unlike contingent humans, grounds morality in His eternal and unchanging nature. That is my claim.
Yeah, and so what I'm going to do, just in order to move the conversation along, because I think if there, like I said, if there is objective morality, neat. I'd love to see it. I don't know how we have access to it or not. Like, do you know the mind of God?
Well, then that would make me God, and then that would be a self-defeating concept.
So you
But
don't, so you don't know
this.
for sure. So maybe
If
there
your
is
worldview
objective, but we don't
concludes
know
people-
all of it, right? Like we don't know his
No, you
stance
can't know
on
all of
like
it.
tax evasion.
You can't know all of it, but listen.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to grant it to you. I'm granting you that there's a God out there who has whatever He says is what the right thing to do is, right? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
Like anything that He
Mathematics define it that way, or do mathematicians define it because it's triangular? It's neither, because triangularity
boring thing. You understand what I'm doing?
Yeah, you're trying to do an internal critique, but I'm trying
I
to follow you.
I accept you. So I hear you. Your points are heard, and I'm listening to you. Now, when you say I say they're bad to earthquakes, does God say they're bad?
Again, here's the thing. You keep going back to it, but there's a third horn. His nature is eternally good.
His nature is
so-
eternally good. So what
Yes.
does He have an opinion on earthquakes, or does He have no opinion?
That's like
Is an
saying
opinion necessary, or
that,
does
that
it just
th-
permit?
there's an opinion necessary. Okay, how about this one? I've got a better idea.
Is it going to be an idea where you just like don't answer any questions at all remotely?
No, because you're appealing to the nature. So this is like
I'm
saying
appealing to you. I'm trying to figure out, like, you're the one who said that God's nature is goodness. I'm an atheist, and I said, okay, that's crazy that we got this far. That's crazy. You've never gotten an atheist this far. I accept. Okay, like, let's go. Someone says you sound like Bill Clinton, which is funny because we have Barack Obama in the guest box here too. Barack, what's your age and religion, real quick?
Hello, my age is 24 and I'm a Muslim.
Okay, cool. Just mute for a second and we'll be right with you. Okay,
So,
sorry, Michael. You've never gotten an atheist this far. You're like rounding third base, right?
mhm.
We're about to go all the way home.
But
And
you're drawing a false dichotomy. It's like
I'm
saying,
not drawing a
of
dichotomy. I'm
course,
trying
because
to
you're appealing
accept your
to.
worldview, and you won't tell me what it is.
Okay, like check this out. If I said, "Hey, do you see that airplane in the sky?" That indicates that the law of gravity is subjective because it's an allowing an inanimate object suspension of weight. Therefore, the law of gravity is now subjective.
You're saying, so when I ask you if God approves of earthquakes morally or not, that's like saying there's an airplane in the sky, so
God is
gravity's real?
that's a transcendent because you're appealing to the because you're drawing a false dichotomy to his nature. God's nature is eternally good.
Okay, how
So
about this?
therefore,
Here's maybe this will help too. When I was younger and my uncle would babysit me, my parents didn't know this, but he would beat the shit out of me. He was not a good uncle nor a good babysitter. He would kick
this is a
me.
true story, dude.
He would kick me. And do you think that
Bro, is this
was,
a true story?
yeah, do you think that that was good?
No, that's bad.
But do you think
However,
God would think that was good?
no, he would not.
Okay, so you are perfectly capable of saying your opinion on
Hmm.
things that happen and
That
saying
are
God's
grounded
opinion
in
on
that are
things that
grounded
happen
in
that are
justified
grounded in
in
God's
objective
perfectly
standards.
good nature. Awesome. You
Hmm.
did it. We got an answer on something. No, that didn't really happen. My uncle's cool. I just wanted to see if you could do it.
Dude, you were pulling on my
Now,
heartstrings. Don't do that again.
what?
You were pulling on my heartstrings. Don't do that again. I was getting emotionally invested in you.
No, 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 no. I am an uncle. So it's really like I'm the uncle in the story to my brother's kids. Fucking can't
This is
stand them.
really cool.
But but listen. So now you've shown to everyone here you're perfectly capable of stating God's moral opinion on an event.
No, you can't do that because God is
I didn't
unchanging,
do it.
has an unchanging
You
nature.
did it. Wait, I accepted that God's nature is good, so I can do that now. Oh yeah, God thinks earthquakes are bad
Yeah,
when
but
they
there's
kill
an
people.
immutable nature, unchanging in his essence and character of a moral nature. So you can say, oh, well, like it's also when you see things like in the Bible that's like, oh, God changes his mind. This is anthropomorphic language. There's a relational
No
engagement
one's talking
that
about that. What are you
yes, but you're
talking
appealing
about?
to an unchange
Okay,
that's
could it ever
objectively
change
wrong.
that like child abuse? Could that change throughout history?
No, that is a human and finite decision. That is not an
Okay,
appeal
so
to
in the Old
God's nature.
Testament, when God says to stone children, that's just humans writing that?
Well, wait a minute. Why is that wrong if you don't have an objective
I
framework?
do. You gave it to me. I have it. So I'm trying to figure out what it is. Now I have God's objective moral framework. What is it?
You've converted
Is it to
now.
yep,
You've
I'm fully
converted, right?
yeah, hold
Yeah.
on. In fact, I'm going to put this up real quick just oh shit. Oh yeah, there's a whole new like effects thing here. Okay, just for this conversation.
Show it to
Okay,
me.
here we go. We got this one for you. Okay. Now, Michael, now
This is the guy
now
I
I
love.
know exactly what's morally good. All right. I was wrong. Jesus is Lord, repent sinners.
Hmm.
Now, child abuse. What's our stance on that as Christians and people who agree with
We're
God's
against
moral
it.
objectivity?
We're against it. Welcome to the church.
You,
Tithe
me,
approach.
and God?
Yeah. Yep. We're against it.
Is
God's
that
against it.
unchanging? So that because in the Old Testament he said to do it.
Okay. So now we're getting somewhere. I see what you're saying. So you're no longer in a disbelief of God. Now you just have a problem with his attributes. So here's the thing.
I'm just
When these things
confused
come into
because
when these things come into the Bible, are
it
they?
said you said we don't like it. You said God is unchanging, but he used to like it. That's a change.
No. That's anthropomorphic language. God doesn't change his mind.
Okay, so when it said to stone children, that was humans just writing for God, but it's not his actual opinion
Okay, no.
or his actual good nature or whatever you want to phrase it as.
Right. So you when you consider the anthropomorphic language that's used and you say that God changes his mind, that's kind of a non sequitur.
Oh, I see. So if it used to be one way, he didn't change his mind. He
No, his
changed
nature never changed.
he
No, his
changed his
nature never
nature.
changes. No, his nature never changes.
Okay,
That's a
when
useful
in the
like,
Old
you
Testament, okay, then
repackage-
let's make it really clear. In the Old Testament, when it was appropriate from God's command to throw rocks at kids, was that like the good in the nature of God?
The nature of God, again, you're going back to, it's the straw man that you're putting me to. So here's the thing.
It's
It's just
just
like
the
I heard
Bible,
with the,
dude.
it's just like what I've heard you,
You're
you're just like
like,
doing the
even
airplane
when
in the
I
sky thing.
fucking converted, you still won't answer the question.
Because
Just,
it's a non sequitur, it's a straw man. Listen,
it's the whole
it's like
point of what we're
saying,
talking about.
it's like saying the law of gravity is subjective because it allows an inanimate object suspension. Therefore,
No,
the law of gravity is not
absolutely.
subjective.
Okay,
It's no
I'm with you.
longer
Okay,
a
so
triangle.
when we talk about God's law, these are like natural law almost. They're like unchangeable fact, right?
You have to ask, why is it wrong if he doesn't exist? So now that you've adhered
No,
to
no,
that he exists,
we does
and you
exist. Yeah,
believe
he
now,
totally
now
exists.
that
Yeah,
you've
you got me on that.
repented,
You cooked me on his existence. Remember, you explained that he used tag or something. Fine.
Sure.
Now that he exists, there's a conundrum, because it says in the Bible, which since he exists, he helped write this, and these are the inspired words of the objective moral lawgiver. The law, just like gravity is a law, the law is that it used to be the case that when kids disobey their parents, you throw rocks at them. Now, this is jarring for me because I think that's bad, but I'm trying to get into the mind of a Christian now. I'm new to this, so give me some time with it. Be patient with me. Explain to me why that was just a suspension. That was just an airplane breaking the rule of gravity, which airplanes don't break the law of gravity. That's fucking bullshit, first of all. But
Sure, yeah.
but I'm trying to be a Christian, so I don't understand gravity. I'm trying to like not get what gravity is. It's like the Christian thought that I'm trying to get into. Okay, so now I don't know what gravity is or morality, because how is it that it used to be one way, it never changed, and now it's a different way?
So now that we're getting into the text and we have to defend it from a scriptural perspective, which is what you wanted to point this to, we have to get into ancient Near Eastern legal codes. And if we compare Israel's laws that were far more restrained than their contemporaries, like Hammurabi's code prescribed death to minor for theft, and the law's severities that reflected on any theocratic society where a covenant loyalty or national survival, this is a rare enforcement, and it's a straw man.
Yeah.
You still haven't converted.
That's a really interesting point. That is interesting. So I wonder
I know
if
you
it
want to
used
shift
to
it
be
there.
one way and now it's a different way. How did it not change?
Again, straw man, unmutable nature.
It's not a straw man. It's a
As he
question.
assigns value, because he assigns value. How do you assign value
So
in your
his,
work?
okay, so the assignment, the value that he assigned changed, but his
Listen,
nature
man,
didn't.
I get it that you're patronizing me with the whole converted internal critique thing, but where do you assign value from if there is no objective nature? Where do you assign it?
I just don't see how it's objective and changing. That's what I'm confused with.
That's what I keep answering. The nature of God is good because he assigns life and value. If he can give life, then
And that's
therefore
not what we're
life
talking
away.
about. I don't know why you're spiraling right now. Like
No one's spiraling because you keep
spin back
strawmanning
the other way so you don't feel as
Agreeing
dizzy.
with you means
Are you
means
sitting down?
spiraling. Bro, don't patronize me, dude. If
No, this
disagreeing
is
with you
ridiculous. You haven't
spiraling-
answered one single fucking question. I'm going to patronize the shit out of you. You've been a disaster here. You're falling apart, dude.
Oh, really?
Do
man.
you feel like
If it's gonna get
you've
personal-
actually
if
answered
it's gonna
this?
get personal, if it's gonna get personal, man, I'll hop off, dude. It's fine.
Do you feel like you've answered this question?
Yeah, I feel like I put you in a corner and you don't like it, dude.
The
Because you had
the
to come and
corner of
say-
having an unanswered question about
Your
about
question
converting.
is a straw man that I've pointed out. It is an immutable
Okay.
nature as he assigns value. You can't answer mine.
Okay,
Where
what
do you
does
assign
immutable
value?
nature mean? I don't know. I don't understand those words. What does that mean?
He just wants you to answer.
What do you mean a straight up answer? Say it again.
I don't know what immutable nature means. When you use those words together, I don't know. I don't understand that.
Well, what was the question?
What does immutable nature? You keep saying he has an immutable nature. I don't know what.
Yeah, that
like,
means
it means
he's
it doesn't
not silent
change.
and unchanging. Yeah, unchanging. Correct.
His nature is static, right?
Good.
Okay.
Because it assigns value of life in an objective platform. If
Okay.
there is no objective platform, my question to you is, where does the assignment
Some of these
come
words are
from
too
and
big
how
for
is
me.
it
Like
grounded?
like not patronizing, not joking. I don't know what you mean by like something in a platform. What like I don't understand these together.
All right. Okay. For real, dude? Because I thought you were patronizing me this whole time. Man.
No,
I didn't mean
before
you-
I was, but like what? But like
Okay. All right. I get
But you're so far away. Like normally, if like ask me any question, I'll answer first and then give the explanation, and then explain why it's a straw man or something like that, right? explain
So-
like that's false dichotomy or something like that. But like, or if it's like I completely reject the premise of the question, you can do that. But like, I don't know why, because if you're saying it's immutable nature means unchanging, his nature doesn't change, but the
Right.
law did change, right?
Well, the law was a landmark that points to something better, but that's a theological and scriptural conversation.
Did the law change? Yes or no?
No, the law was fulfilled. The law is just a mirror to tell you how.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. I crashed out. I ran from that. I couldn't handle it. That was like the easiest yes or no. Did the law used to be one thing and now it's a different thing? If you answer that in chat, I will gladly have you back up. But if you can say the law changed or the law did not change, I will, and then you can come up and explain why. I will totally bring it back up. But that was fucking crazy. Barack, welcome in. How old did you say you are?
I'm 24. Hello. That was insanity.
Yeah. Man, the last Muslim person that I talked to was a really rough ride. And I had a hard time talking to him. He sent me like 1 million DMs later. It was just like really insufferable. I got to get some water. Hold on. I got to get rid of this background. Hold on 1 second. What background were we doing? Something about suffering. Yeah. Yeah. So I do have a unfortunate preliminary question for people who follow the teachings of the prophet. As yourself, do you like have any opinion on the situation between him and Aisha?
In regards to her age,
Yeah.
well, here's the thing.
I know
right?
it's not fun to talk about at all, but
It needs to be talked about.
I just cannot like get deep into a conversation who's like thinks that that's in any way okay. Like I'd have to move on.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Now, at the same time, we need to understand that one, getting married does not mean consummating the marriage, right?
I agree. I think that it's also bad. But it consummated at age 9, right?
Don't know, honestly.
Well, I mean, according to all the several hadiths about it.
Don't know. I personally don't know. What I am knowledgeable of, what I've been taught, is the fact that he has multiple wives, 4 wives, right? And this was during a time of great war where men were going out being killed. And if you were in his position, you need to try and fulfill your save your bloodline, right? We cannot impose modern laws, viewpoints back towards 500 AD, right?
All right. Well, no. I'm for sure not going to do that, but I'm also not going to say that it's okay to like fuck a 9-year-old because you need to keep your bloodline going. I would say that's not okay. Would you say that's okay or not okay?
No, I don't think it's okay to.
That's what happened. That's the story. Like it's in multiple hadiths. He also like reportedly like rode up to this guy on a horse and was like, "Hey, did you marry a virgin or a matron?" Which also is like a young one or an old one. And he's like, "A matron," the guy said. And he goes, "Well, why didn't you marry a young girl so you could play with her and she could play with you?" And he always talked about like wanting to fondle them. He reportedly would like fondle Aisha like while she was on her period. So this wasn't just a moving on of the bloodline, because fondling like 9-year-old period having boobies, she probably didn't even have them yet. Doesn't procreate, right, in any way. So that's
Now,
he's just
from
being
my
disgusting.
knowledge of that verse that you're referring to, it wasn't so much fondling in the sexual manner. It's in the same relevance as adults engaging in parallel play, right? It wasn't sexual in nature, but
What do
more
you mean
so.
by parallel? What's parallel play? What is that?
Parallel play is like when you're at work and you're pretending to be an employee doing this job, doing this task with another person doing the same thing in your same vicinity. You both are doing a task, let's say, and you understand that your identity isn't attached to that task. You know what? I don't have the definition in front of me. I can't articulate it. It was a mistake coming on here.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up. That's why we do the screening. I mean, that's why we do that that exact thing, just to kind of like check in and make sure that that we are getting good guests up here. That guy was not good. He was a piece of shit, and he needs to look into that and see how disgusting it was. Now, Steven, sorry, I see you in the request queue. I don't know if you remember, we already talked tonight. I'm Mezzo. We had a conversation with each other. It was lovely, but you're in the request queue again. We already did it. But if you want to do it again or talk about something else, you'll have to wait a bit. Because right now we have RJ. How old are you? What's your religion?
What's up? I'm 19.
And what are you, a Christian or something?
I am. I'm a follower of Jesus, so yeah.
Sadak Mac, cool. Jacob, how old are you?
23.
Have we talked to Jacob?
We have, but on someone, I think we were on Joel's live.
Oh, fucking hate that guy. We're fighting right now. That's why he's not here. Okay, so and so you're a Christian?
Yeah.
All right. RJ, do you know what a Sadak Mac Bivtaj is?
Yes, I do.
Really?
Someone who doesn't claim a religion.
Did you learn that from me?
No.
Who told you about it?
I'm pretty sure it's like common knowledge.
Oh, okay. Because I invented it.
Actually?
No fucking joke. You're the first person I've ever had come up who like has heard of it before.
It's so funny because someone said that on another live, and that's where I learned it.
What is this called? What is this?
Sadak Mac Bivtaj. It's an acronym for so I don't actually follow the teachings, or I don't actually consider myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. It's a long acronym.
Oh, it's like Jordan Peterson a few years ago.
I don't follow him, but
he says.
I mean, I don't consider myself a Christian.
I live as though I act as though God exists.
Maybe he started it. Maybe that's why people started doing it. Because I mean, really, it's like it's on Urban Dictionary. Like you can look it up. But what's not on there is that I fucking made it up. It finally happened.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Thanks for the Justin raid. Thanks for the Sadak Mac Bivtaj cheering. I don't know if RJ really had heard of it or if he was going along with it or not. But anyways, that was pretty exciting for me. Thanks everyone. Thank you so much. Every time I'm like, someone's going to come back and know what it is one time. All right. That took only about a year. Okay. I'm flustered. RJ or Jacob, you guys are going to team up against me here. It's going to be a bit of a three-way, but 2-on-1 here. So you guys can kind of be the tops, and I'll rock power from the bottom as best as I can to handle this. Now, RJ, I think there's a bit of a problem with the description of this Jesus character who you follow, so Sadak Mackley. And it seems that he is described as being all-powerful and all good. And yet, we see him in the Old Testament doing things that are bad. And not only that, but around us in the world, we see bad things happening.
So your prompt is suffering exists, so God doesn't. Can you define what suffering is?
Yeah, I guess like any like extremely painful and unpreferable act that's happening, event.
So would you say that people that have it all...
Do you agree with that? Like we can agree on this definition if you want first.
It's one of those things that like I don't know how to really define suffering, because like I've seen people that have it all and then off themselves. I think that's the right term to say on TikTok. Off themselves, and like for them they were suffering.
Would you say that they were like undergoing like pain, distress, or hardship?
I mean, definitely hardship. If I was
let's say suffering is undergoing pain, distress, or hardship.
Okay, so like, do you want to talk about suffering through circumstances or like upbringing? Like, what is your definition of suffering?
Right, yeah, let's pick an example. A
Okay.
child is born, was born just now. You guys aren't going to believe this. This happened just next to me in my garage here. I don't know who this pregnant lady is, but you're going to have to get out of here with your baby. Oh, what? Harlequins? Oh, that's terrible. The baby is born with Harlequin's disease. That's going to suck. They're going to be in a lot of pain, distress, and have some hardship for about a year and a half, maybe 2, and then they're probably going to die, right?
So,
So I would say this event that's happening is about to be 2 years of suffering.
okay, fair enough.
I'm so sorry. Hey, but clean up. Yeah, don't just. It's messy. Yeah, clean. Okay, sorry.
So kind of like in John, where it talks about the blind man, and the disciples asked Jesus, like, what sin had he committed to be blind? And Jesus said he had not committed, like, basically his sin did not make him blind.
Oh, where's this? That's interesting. Do you know what?
I
John.
think it
John
was
what?
John, like 8 or 9.
Okay,
the
we
blind
got
man.
woman caught in adultery.
It's after.
Death. A man born blind receives sight.
Yeah.
All right, he's walking along. He sees a man born blind or blind from birth. And they say, who sinned? What's this about? Why was he born blind? Neither this man nor his parents sinned. He was born blind so that God's works might be revealed in him. We must work the works. Work the works?
Little tongue twister there.
Your God needs a dictionary. This is terrible. No, he must, you know what this reminds me of? She gave us drinks to drink. We drank them, got drunk. I love that. That's one of the best T-Pain lyrics right there. Just like, dude, you just went through all the forms of
What
drunking.
translation is that, Mezzo?
T-Pain? Oh, no, this is NRSVUE.
NRSVUE.
Yeah, New Revised Standard Version, updated edition.
And what verse did it end up being in?
This is John 9, starting at 1, pretty much, 9:1, and it goes down. Okay, we must work the works of him who sent me while it is day. Night is coming when no one can work. He got another work in there. Work it, girl. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of this world. When he had said this, he spat on the ground and made mud with his saliva, fucking gross, and spread the spit mud on the man's eyes. So that's unnecessary. Do you think he could have done it without the mud?
So wait, why is it unnecessary?
Do you think he could have done it without the mud?
Sure, but why?
Yeah,
why
so
does
that's why. That's why. Yeah.
I don't think if you're committing a miracle with that, I don't think it's unnecessary.
What?
If he's committing a miracle,
Yeah, but I'm saying do the miracle without getting spit and mud on the guy.
but read what he does and read why it's important, because at the end of the day, the blind person didn't he had to put faith in that his eyes would be healed when he washed the water. So when Jesus put his mud in his eyes, he said, wash them and then you'll be clean. Wash them in this river and then you'll be clean. And so
but did he have to spit?
Wait.
It's gross.
I mean, how else would you make mud with the dirt?
He's God. He can make mud anywhere. He doesn't have to spit on it. He can make water out of wine.
Form.
Oh, so he can't do it. Only he's limited to only some miracles.
Mezzo, have you watched Harry Potter?
Yeah.
So I mean, this is kind of a joke, but kind of serious. But in Harry Potter, I always notice this. They don't do magic all the time, even though they could. And I mean, my only response is I don't know. It seems like you're taking a big deal over the fact that he chose to spit to make mud rather than being God. But if Jesus,
I was ready to move on from it. I was totally ready to move on from it. It's just that he said, "How is that unnecessary?"
Jesus,
because he could have done it anyway.
Jesus could float around, or but he walked because he wanted to be.
The story is unbelievable, obviously, and silly. But I think he could
Yo,
have said,
Mezzo.
"Hey, go wash your eyes," and he could have done that without the spit and mud. And
Mezzo, do you believe that Jesus was a real person?
I don't know, probably.
Okay. You just don't believe that he performed miracles and rose from the dead?
Oh, hell no. No miracles.
How's that?
I don't believe in miracles.
We see miracles every day. I've seen miracles in my own life. I've seen miracles in other people's lives. What do you?
I want to do this pivot, but I want to finish this point first and then do the pivot.
Okay.
And I think
Yeah,
Jacob will want to say something before we do the pivot. But I want to hear about your miracles. I do. I know, like, I seem disinterested because I don't believe in miracles, but I am interested. This is me being interested. All right, go wash in the pool. Then we went and washed. He came back and he was able to see. Okay, so that's a great point. This is exactly like the poor baby over there. They're doing okay, crying. They don't like it. Okay, this is just like the baby over here. This baby was born with Harlequin's disease, and their skin is going to be hard and cracking and dried out and in pain, and its eyeballs are basically inside out. And it will live like that, like I said, for about 1.5 years and then die. And so that's to show God's works. Is that why you brought this verse up?
What's your point?
I'm asking, like, you brought this verse up.
Sure.
Because I told you this about this baby born with this terrible, painful disease. And you were saying, you brought this verse up where it's like basically people who are born with afflictions, they're born that way so that Jesus can heal them, and then we get to see God's works.
I said that sometimes we do, like.
Well, that's what the verse said.
No, that's not what the verse said. The verse is saying, "Hey, like."
Oh, hold on, sorry. Let me say this one more time. I put it down too early. I'm sorry about that. I thought I read it. Neither this man nor his parents sinned. He was born blind so that God's works might be revealed in him. Right? So it's so that God's works can be revealed. That's the reason.
God's work might be revealed through him.
Yeah. So let's just replace the baby. Neither this baby or its mother has sinned. Wait a minute. Someone didn't sin? That's interesting. They were born with harlequins so that God's work might be revealed in him. But how are they going to get revealed? When they suffer in pain or when they die?
You can't like say that these terrible actions were from God. This terrible thing.
Well, why'd you bring this up then? Because in this verse it says God made the man born blind so he could reveal his works later.
It's saying that sometimes terrible things happen, but through those things, sometimes God can make. That's why it says that God can reveal such amazing things to them.
Oh, so they might be revealed. So it's like maybe we can reveal God. Jesus was kind of like, this is a. Wait, does it mean?
The thing is the blind person didn't have to go to the river. He could have just
not accepted. So yeah, they're not talking about like God. I was reading it as like it's God's might, like his strength, but you're saying it's God's maybe. It's God going like, shit, I don't know why he's blind. Maybe we can do a revealing.
It's nothing to do with a maybe. I think you're just like joking around. You're not really.
I think that this. Yeah, no, I do think this verse that you brought up in response to my point was a joke. So I'm joking in response for sure.
I don't think so. I think you're just dodging. You're using a really really horrific example.
Yeah, we're talking about suffering. Yeah, there's going to be some horrific examples. Harlequins is a real thing. People really get it.
No, I understand that, and it's an awful thing, but you cannot say that.
Okay, so then answer for it.
I'm saying that it's not from God.
So where's it from?
It's from like this awful world. That's why we're not like.
It's like a genetic disorder. It's not like you get it from, like smoking or something.
Wait, repeat that, please.
It's a genetic disorder. You don't get it from like doing a sin or something.
That's the thing about this world. It's so like temporary, and that's why like we all are suffering, because the day that you're born is the moment that like you're closer to dying.
Okay, Jacob, did you want to help him out here?
Yeah, I mean, I did actually want separately to pick up where that last guy left off, where you had kind of granted objective morality, because I thought that was a cool thought experiment, and I didn't think he gave you justice in that, but.
God, that sucked, man. That was really difficult.
I want to pick up there because
you want to go back to that one.
But,
all right.
Yeah, but before that, on his point, I mean, I don't think it gets us all the way there, but I think, I don't. RJ, were you saying that you live your life as though Jesus is God, but you don't actually believe it, or do you think Jesus is God? Like, do you worship him?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I 100% believe Jesus.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah,
The Sadak thing or whatever was, you were saying that was you.
The Sadak Max are essentially Christian. They believe the entire Bible, front to back.
What's the
Usually,
difference?
they just don't like the word Christian because
I don't
they weren't called
transform
Christians in
myself
the
into a
Bible.
religion because religion has been excused to do very bad among the world.
Yep.
I
A lot of times it's because like the MAGA far right call themselves that, and it's like I don't want to be part of that, or like the Crusade or whatever part of history. They just don't want to be associated with them. But yeah,
the Jordan Peterson thing is like, I don't know if God exists.
Yeah, I'm not like that.
I want to live in a world like I want to live in a world where he does, so I act like he does.
Jordan Peterson is going to be here Friday night. For everyone listening, Friday night we're going to have a special guest, Jordan Peterson. We're going to do a one-on-one debate. So you guys come by for that, and we'll get to that. Just come back Friday.
No,
trying to line that up for a while.
Yeah. So, anyways, okay. On I think it would be safe to respond to your question and say, what you're describing is bad. It is suffering, and the way that we know it's suffering as Christians is because we can look at what God said would be perfect and holy, and it's not that. And so, when I say suffering, I say it's the lack of God. It's the absence of God. It's where God is not present.
There's no God in your baby, he's saying. That's why it's hurting.
You're making a joke right now, obviously, but he made a good point there. It's not the lack of there is no God there. It's the lack of people not worshiping.
No, I like the act.
Right? Like, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That the baby is born godless?
I do think that in a full sense, God is still present in the situation. But I do think, in a very real way, so what we would say as Christians is that evil, or the word darkness gets used, right? Evil is compared to darkness.
Hi. This is my real wife. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay.
I've been joking that there's someone over here this whole time, and then they heard a voice. It was just confusing. She's perfectly fine. She's not hurting.
Okay, good. Yeah,
you're good. Say you're okay. So there. Okay.
That's funny.
But don't slip in the. Never mind. What? Love you.
That's good. No, I would.
How do you love someone?
Whoa, wait, don't go off topic. And don't
reel him in.
No. I wouldn't. I don't want to over personalize it.
I'll get to later.
Yeah. So evil and darkness. What I was saying was like Christians would compare evil to darkness, and what we would say is darkness is not a thing on its own. Darkness is actually a lack of light.
Yeah.
And so in the same way,
I just really important, not joking, guys. People who are calling her Mrs. Mezzo in the chat, don't do that. She did not take my name.
Oh, nice.
Like, that's super misogynist to me. I'm not into that at all. It creeps me out. She's Mrs. herself. Let's just call her that. Her name is Mrs. herself. In fact, just call her herself. Mrs. is also weird. Okay, sorry. That just like that as a like that's like a thing that like weirds me out for some reason. Yeah. Yeah. So that's why like it's just like something that like weirds me out to think of like stealing someone's identity. Anyway, sorry guys. Sorry. Just
you're good.
It's okay. You're all good for doing it. It's no big deal. Just something I want to point out. She didn't see it. I just saw it. It's not a big deal. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, Jacob, you're saying that sin is the darkness because there's a lack of light, right?
Yeah. Sin is the lack of God.
Yeah.
It's
or
all
like hot and cold. Sometimes they do that thing too. Yeah.
Hot is cold is just the lack of heat. Yeah.
Yeah. But see, that just doesn't make sense with the that's another thing that just doesn't fit with the story, right? Like, if he's everywhere, is there some places he's more?
I wouldn't say so. When I say God is omnipresent, I would just say that means that God can be everywhere. Like otherwise, you get some really weird like new agey stuff where it's like God is.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't he be like? So he's God watching this baby about to be conceived. He's watching like a mom and dad somewhere, and he knows that if they keep fucking doggy, then the genetic is like the cum that comes out is going to be this specific sperm that is the one that is carrying harlequins. But if they switch to his favorite position, missionary, then it'll like he'll last a little longer. The sperm will shift around inside the ball, and the one that comes out will be one that doesn't have harlequins. And so he could like adjust that a little bit and like mess with the mind a little bit to make them want to switch positions in order to make sure that he's everywhere. Like he can do these things, and that doesn't reveal himself as this like miracle person, like that's a secret thing that he can do to solve Harlequin's disease, right?
I do think there's a world in which I probably think we have examples in scripture where he does do that. And so I would guess there's also not examples where he is also doing that. So you're saying here's one example where it seems like he didn't intervene in any way because it seems fully evil. There seems like nothing good about the situation.
Well, it seems like suffering.
Yeah, but it's
I wouldn't call the baby evil. Like in my view, I'm like,
sorry, the baby's not evil, but I mean,
but even within an internal critique, like I know what you mean. Yeah. It's just like I think, that's why I'm using suffering instead of
suffering.
Because I think that like there's an interesting point to be made, and we got into it earlier about like child rape or like murder or like doing bad acts. But I understand that that's a person to person choice. This is a genetic thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing with saying,
on God.
Like, why would God allow tsunamis or hurricanes, where it's like acts of nature,
right? Which
and I guess my view, and whether it's justified or not, my view is that God has given us a world that is partially absent of Him, because a world that He would want to fully, let's say God chose to fully intervene and do exactly what He thinks ought to be done in terms of justice and what would be right. You're saying this is not right, this is suffering. What would be God acting fully just? There would be, right, we would say that everyone deserves judgment for their sins, and we could ask, is that what sins did that baby commit, right? I understand that, but I'm saying the world we live in is not a world where God is fully enacted.
I get that point. Okay. I just think that like if real, if he was actually in existence and all good, then he would fully enact. That is what we would see.
Yeah, and I think the result would be that baby wouldn't have been born, but each person would be given the justice they deserve, which would ultimately be, this is the full story. This is half of it.
We wouldn't need any punishment, justice. We wouldn't have made that mistake, right? We'd all just be chilling in Eden. It'd be great.
Oh, no.
Can I chime in for a second?
Go ahead, RJ, yeah.
Okay, something I tried to bring up earlier was that this world is very, very temporary. We're all living just to die.
Yep.
That is something we can all agree on.
Yeah, pointless. Totally, yeah.
Like literally, so like everyone has purpose, but what is purpose if you're just going to end up dying one day? The thing is we can't look at these horrific things that are happening and going, dang, like this shows that there isn't a God, but that this really shows that, hey, like our life is so temporary that there has to be something more. It points to a creator. And the thing is like, hey, like, yeah, there's so much messed up things happen, but look what is happening. And he talks about heaven in Revelation. And with a God fully present, like Jacob was saying, it's a perfect world where just be a praise and you will be with your loved ones. And the thing is like, I would rather that than look at this world full of destruction and everything and think like, dang, like there is no God of this because I see all the suffering. But I look at this world of destruction and go like, dang, like there is something more than that because I'm just living to die.
Well, I think like you'd have a decent, at least point to argue. Like I would still have arguments against this, but a better argument would be like, there is a God. They are struggling. They're doing their best to keep up with all the things. Every baby is like, they're trying to keep alive. They're helping all these ones that they can, but they can't do it. Like they're not.
Yeah, you're saying like not all powerful.
Then it's like, okay, that becomes difficult. Like they're good.
Wait, can I make it?
They're not fully good. They're pretty good, right? They're pretty powerful. They're pretty good. What?
Can we say that God limited his power by giving us free will?
Yeah, that's a moral decision that he made to limit his power. fucking terrible choice. Awful
All right,
choice.
all right.
Yeah,
So
for sure. Yeah.
you think
If
it's
that's
an
what it is,
awful
then
choice?
like
I wouldn't
all
say
bad.
that.
Yeah.
But
I
can
mean,
we-
maybe you think that, RJ, but I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say like that. That's what I like think that. Hey, he limited his power to give us free will. Because of that, if he was fully intervening in our lives, that means we wouldn't have free will. So I think that he limited.
He limited it, his power too much, right? Because you do think he intervenes in our daily lives, right?
If he had full power, then we wouldn't be able to make decisions on our
Right.
own.
But do you think he does intervene in this
100%.
world 100% of the time, or do
No,
you
no,
believe it
like
100%?
like he does. Like
Okay. So he does mess with free will sometimes, but he doesn't do it too much. So he does it some, but not enough. I would say just like intervene a bit more.
It's kind of like the Old Testament, like God's people. God loved everyone, but the thing is like there's a difference between God loving someone and God favoring someone. You walk with God, and like you'll see God in your life. People that don't walk with God. And
Have you read the Old Testament?
Yeah,
You said it's like in the Old Testament when he loved everyone.
Yeah, God does love everyone, but he
buddy.
hates sin.
What, and you've read the Old Testament?
He hates sin.
But did you read it though?
I've read the Bible a good amount of times.
Wow, and you got loving from the Old Testament. That's amazing.
You can't say that. You can't put someone's judgment and say that they were loving for it. You look at the Moabites in the Old Testament.
Yeah, you absolutely can, because the
They
level
were
of
killing children.
the level of
sacrifices.
punishment that's dished out is just absolutely cruel.
Was it punishment or was it judgment?
Did he enjoy doing it?
No.
Okay, well then let's look at Deuteronomy chapter
yeah,
28, verse 63. And just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to possess. It says in the Bible he liked it.
I would say, RJ, I don't know, maybe it's just a little semantical or like using different definitions, but I would say that in a way, God does enjoy seeing the people who do something evil being dealt with justly, like Sodom and Gomorrah, right? You wouldn't call the Old Testament, the way that he did in the Old Testament wasn't just. I would say it was.
But wait, Jacob, would you say?
Fuck.
But
Mezzo, this is why I wanted to go back to the point where you granted me objective morality, and just to talk about it, because I do think that.
Wait, Jacob, can I say something before you?
Wait, sorry. The passage I mentioned about, you mentioned about the stoning of the kid.
Sure.
So just as an example, you use that as an example. Look at God doing something that doesn't fit with his character. If you read that passage, it says that the child is a drunkard. And it also said a drunkard and something else. Well, no, what I'm saying is that.
Wait, which passage are you talking about in Exodus?
Stoning,
whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to death.
No, the one about bringing their
whoever
child to
curses
the
father or
elders.
mother shall be put to death.
If you just Google
Who curse, those are both Exodus. I have it up here from before. Leviticus says, all who
that's not the
curse father or
stoning one.
mother shall be put to death, having cursed father or mother, their blood guilt is upon them. Oh, here's a, if
The
someone
stoning
has a
one.
stubborn and rebellious son.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, man, there's just so many times they bring it up.
Read near the end.
If someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who does not heed them when they discipline him, then his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him out of the elders of the town gate of the palace. They shall say to the elders of the son, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He's a glutton and a drunkard.
Right.
Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel will hear and be afraid.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that immediately that's the argument is not whether that's right or wrong. My argument is you read that earlier and said, are you okay with stoning children? And I don't think it's clear that a child being a glutton and a drunkard is actually a child. I think that's probably an adult who is a son. And we see that a lot. Child is used as somebody who's a son still living at home, but they're an adult.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So that makes it still bad. In my opinion.
But my point is that when you start saying is the God of the Old Testament okay or good or whatever, and then you use these passages to make these claims, I think a lot of the times when I hear you do it, it comes from a misunderstanding of the passage.
Okay, well then let's do this other passage that I have open, because this is another one where God is using his judgment, and he's saying again what he's going to do to Babylon, right? So this is, we started some of this before, but when he's talking, this is like the proclamation against Babylon. And there's some interesting stuff. So this is like in Isaiah 13, and there's some interesting stuff where he talks about like stars and the constellations, and I'm a space guy. I like it a lot. So I'm like, I read this and I actually really like, because they aren't mentioned that often, like constellations and stuff in the Bible. I always think like, I wish someone during frickin' Luke, someone would have been like, hey Jesus, I don't need anyone healed, I'm fine, but like, what are the stars? Wouldn't that be great? Because like, and then it said like, well,
kind of get that in Revelation a little bit.
You guys aren't going to believe this, but they're actually these like balls of gas, and they have other worlds around them too. Then we'd read the Bible and go like, holy fuck, that was right. But like, no one ever asked him, or like, no one ever asked him like a math question.
Jesus gets quoted in Revelation a little bit, and they do talk about
what the stars are.
Space. Yeah. Well,
do they say it right?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, but constellations are here. So the stars of heaven and the constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, which is maybe an eclipse, which is cool. And the moon will not shed its light. That's just a new moon. That's not a big deal. Obviously, the moon doesn't shed its own light. It reflects light, but that's fine. I get that. They didn't know that back then. I will punish the world for its evil, the wicked for their iniquity. This is what you're talking about. So this objective good thing is to use justice. So this is the Old Testament justice that I take issue with. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant. It goes on for a little while. Let me go down farther. Here we go. Whoever is found will be thrust through. That's with a sword, right? And whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Oh, there it is, sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives graped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men, and they will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. Now, it's one thing to flood the earth.
What verse is this?
13, 15 through 18.
And what in Deuteronomy said? 13?
I'm sorry, this is Isaiah 13, 15 through 18. Now, you can look it up on your apologetics website. That's totally fine. Whatever it says, I'm sure is going to be dissatisfying, but I haven't looked it up, so please let me know what it says.
15 through 18? Isaiah 13, 15 through 18?
Yeah. Now, and he's talking about Babylon and what God is going to have done to them, right?
Yeah,
and he's going to have people do it. That's important. He's going to have other humans go through and do this. Now, it's one thing for God to flood the earth or use bears to, like slaughter children, which I think is still fucked up. I'm still against it. But to have humans go through and sword infants, chopping infants up while making their parents watch. It says before their eyes, and then graping the women. And then chopping up the men. So you cannot say that is just. There's no way. You have to say this is not what's going to happen.
So I don't.
Didn't say graping the woman, just so you know. But like,
mine does.
Probably depends on the translation. So I don't remember exactly. So I remember reading about this passage because I remember the specific dashing of the children on the rocks.
Well, there's a couple of them that say that, but this is one of them. This is dashed to pieces. There's another one that's dashed on the rocks.
Yeah. Maybe I'm thinking then of that one, but I know maybe it's a proverb or a psalm where it says that.
Yeah, it's in Psalms, I think. And they're talking about this probably. Oh, no, this is after. I don't know the order that they were them.
Maybe.
Hey, look,
so
speaking of constellations, who did that?
Favorite.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. 444. What a beautiful gift that was. I've never seen that one. And it was looked like Ursa Minor, but it went by pretty quick, so I'm not sure. Isn't it interesting that there's 88 constellations and 88 keys on a piano? Is that a coincidence? Probably. RJ, just real quick, what translation are you reading? Of Bible? Oh, he's muted. Maybe you got a call. All right, go ahead, Jacob. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was just gonna say, I don't remember. enough about that passage to give you an explanation of what I think is going on there.
Okay.
Other than just like the surface reading you and I both just read. But I actually do
If
need
it's
to head
this,
out
if it's just
and
a
go to bed.
surface reading,
Yeah.
it's
It's bad.
atrocious. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay.
I'm glad we agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but anyways, I love to talk again. But yeah.
All right. You want to tag out?
Yeah, I'm tagging out.
All right. Thank you so much, Jacob. Really nice talking to you guys. Give it up for Jacob, a very a kind and reasonable Christian. And I do appreciate it when they can at least say, look, if it is what we just read, it's disgusting. It's atrocious. I'll look into it some more. Maybe there's a better answer for it. RJ, I want to hear your answer, but real quick. Eric, how old are you and what's your religion?
45, Christian.
Okay. Did you guys hear my burp? I'm so sorry. I just burped and I'm so sorry. I've been drinking water here. I think I muted it. 88 depends on whether you recognize Pluto or not. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God, that's frustrating. I'm just kidding. Okay, RJ, what translation of Bible are you reading?
I think it was ESV.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm doing the NRSV, but let me see. I'll check that real quick.
No, it was NIV.
Oh yeah, well they don't put that word in the NIV. When it says that word, they go, well, kids are gonna read this.
I'll do the KJV, King James version.
Yeah, they did the same thing. That's why they changed slaves to.
No, King James version was. Wait,
it's like the worst translation ever.
No, it's not.
The King's translation. It was as the King wanted it.
It was the first written in English.
Right, and then later they got better at realizing like they did not translate this very well. Let's do a better job.
No, they translated it in the best way possible.
Do you think that the people who King James hired in what year was it?
It was in like 1300s.
Okay, you think that 1611? Do you think that the people who King James hired in 1611 had a better grasp on a Hebrew to English translation than the experts that we have now?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Do you think that the people who King James of England hired to translate the Bible to English, do you think that the people that he hired were better at Hebrew and translating than the experts and scholars that do it now?
I mean, no, but like at the same time.
Do you trust kings in any way? That you think that they're going to be like super honest with the way they translate everything?
I mean, at the same time, the Bible in the context of King James Version, if you read something from a different version, it basically says the same thing. I shouldn't even say basically. Like it's like saying ashamed or he was ashamed or he was distinctly ashamed. It was nothing with
Okay, that's a good point. So let me see what it says in King James then. Okay, we'll read King James Version. I don't know what this says. We're in Isaiah 13 down to about 16 or so. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. That's the same, right?
Yeah, no, that's the same.
Yeah. Their houses shall be spoiled. So instead of plundered, they're spoiled, which sounds like they're plundering them and shitting on the carpet, spoiling them. And their wives ravished. What does ravished mean? I'll bring it up here. Define ravished. Okay. There's a couple of different options here. It could mean to seize them and carry them off.
It means taken away.
It could, or the older version, like if you were looking back at the, 1600s or so, the version is when a man grapes a woman. That's the dated version.
So your problem is suffering exists, so God does it. And yet we're reading the Old Testament. And in the Old Testament, it just shows the need for a savior. And then we get that in the New Testament of the need for a Savior and then him fulfilling the law.
Okay.
See, we can't look at the Old Testament, a historical document, and think that God is wrong for that because of his judgment. That's not fair to say, and that's intellectually dishonesty.
That's fine. So what you're saying is that God is perfectly right to have proclaimed this specific judgment against Babylon, and we can move past.
Do you know the historic like documents of Babylon and what they were doing?
No, do you?
They were doing. I mean, I know the history of the Babylons.
Tell me what they could, like, in fact, exaggerate it, like go crazy and tell me what they could possibly be doing that would mean the proper judgment was to chop up their infants and dash them to pieces before their parents' eyes and then grape the people's wives. Go ahead.
Take away. You see, like taking something out of context is kind of.
No, I'm giving you ultimate context. You can like make it up right now. You can say that they were like, just imagine the worst possible thing they were doing, like the Holocaust times a million or something. Like, what is that? What you think it might be?
Well, their hearts were hardened. That's what we read a lot in the Old Testament of their hearts being so hardened that they were willing to do whatever. And so when you think of something that.
Who hardens
evil,
hearts?
Of wanting evil, desiring evil, and so the thing is,
no, I
like,
just mean like in the Bible, who's the hardener of hearts?
I feel like you're interrupting because you don't even want me to make my point.
You mentioned heart hardening. I want to know what you mean by that. What is that? Like, that's a weird poetic thing.
It means you can't change. Heart hardening means you can't change.
But how does that happen?
By being so evil, your desires just become evil.
Oh, okay.
You have no good in you.
Is that biblical?
So that is biblical.
Hardening of the heart.
What verse is that?
He talks about heart even in Leviticus.
Yeah, can you point to it?
Yes, I'll look at it.
Because the only hardening of heart that I know of is when God intentionally hardens Pharaoh's heart so that later he can kill all the firstborns in Egypt. But God did the heart hardening. So that's why I was confused why you used
talks
that.
about heart hardening a lot in the New Testament. In Hebrews, Matthew, John, Psalms.
Okay, yeah. Like, give me, what's the first one?
Which one do you want?
The first one you said was Hebrews or something?
Yeah, if you want to go to Hebrews
7 through 8. Hebrews 3.
Hebrews 3. Hebrews 3, 7, 8. Wherefore, as the whole, oh God, I'm still on King James. As the Holy Ghost saith, today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation, in the day of temptation in the wilderness. I don't know what this means. I got to go back. I have to go to normal language.
Do you know what the Hebrew was written for?
Hold on. Let me just go to normal language and read this real quick. I'll just take a second. I just really can't understand what what the king is talking about. Okay, so the Holy Spirit is saying, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as in the rebellion, as in the day of testing the wilderness, where your ancestors put me to the test, though they had seen my works for 40 years. Okay, so yeah, it does seem to say that they're showing that like we can harden our own hearts. That's what you're saying, right?
Do you know what Hebrews is written for?
No.
Hebrews is written to fulfill the Levitical law and explain why we do not live by the Levitical law anymore.
Yeah, they're talking about Moses here, right?
Yeah.
Moses was faithful. If we hold his house, we hold firm but not heart hardened, and the boldness and pride inspired heart. So don't harden. So yeah, when they're doing this, they're talking. It's like a callback. The hardening of hearts is to the Exodus, right?
Repeat that.
It's callback to Exodus when he hardened Pharaoh's heart.
Yeah, when it was in the Levitical law.
Exodus. It's not in Leviticus. It's Exodus. It's before Leviticus.
Yeah, but the law was made in Leviticus.
Do you understand what I'm saying? That the scene in the Bible where God hardens Pharaoh's heart is in the book of Exodus. That's what they're talking about here. When Moses leaves Egypt with the slaves, they go on in
Exodus 8. I think it's Exodus 8. It talks about how Pharaoh hardened his own heart, and he don't listen.
Right, yeah, but if you read the whole thing, before they go back to Pharaoh, God and Moses are having a chat, And in the chat, he says, here's the plan. I will harden Pharaoh's heart so that we can show my powerful works. That's the plan that they make ahead of time. And then that happens. Now, here they're talking about how that happened, so we should not harden our hearts the way God hardened Pharaoh's heart. It's fine. Like this doesn't like wreck your point or anything. I'm just like, I was just interested that you brought
I was about
it
to
up.
ask, like,
No, we're fine. I just want to make sure we're clear that like,
no,
yeah,
you're fine.
okay. So what you're saying is why are we talking about the infants had hard hearts or something? That's why they needed to be chopped up or something.
No, we're talking about the parents, how hardened their hearts were, so they didn't even.
Oh yeah, the Babylonians had such hard hearts that we have to
to.
like ravish their wives or something. Go ahead.
I made my point. Their hearts were so hardened, but the thing is like I don't look at that. I don't look at what God did, and I don't judge that, because at the end of the day, I'm not a perfect judge, and the things that I would do wouldn't seem perfect in other people's eyes, and that's why like
I agree with you there, Eric. You're in. What do you want to talk about on this point?
What, on this particular point?
Or if you want to move, I'm happy to do that too. What do you got for us?
I'm just curious by what you're meaning suffering exists, so God doesn't. Can you maybe explain that to me?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, this is just the classic problem of suffering, right? I think like Epicurus brought this up. This isn't a new thing. I totally ripped this off of Epicurus. I don't know if you guys follow his content, but follow at Epicurus. He was an ancient Greek person. And I don't know if he was actually the first person who thought of this or not. I'd probably have to look that up. But the idea is that there's supposed to be this all good God, right? Looking out for us. And yet, and all powerful. And yet, all these bad things are happening. How could that be so? How does that make sense? What do you think?
That there's suffering, and that means that God isn't real?
Yeah, like if there's an all good God who's watching out for us and they want the best for us, then why are people born with Parkinson's disease? Why are there earthquakes? Why is there so much terrible suffering and heartache in the world?
You could equate some of that to sin.
Okay. Like
so
what?
God's
Which
not
one?
just all good. He's also all just, all loving. So if you take those into consideration, if you look at it from a sense, well, I think the problem whenever somebody makes this kind of an argument, they're looking at it from a man perspective, right? So like what Christians would say is a flesh response. So you're trying to justify.
Yeah, I'm a
trying to
feminist,
put
so
your
I wouldn't say a man perspective, but I like flesh for sure.
man.
Yeah.
Well, man is I was using as a general term, not as a male dominant
Flesh
term.
is great, actually. In fact, like we should start using that when we talk about like instead of saying mankind, everyone from now on, I'm totally like not joking. Let's call it flesh kind. I think that's hilarious, but also like way better. All right, so for all flesh
No, I get
kind,
the comedy.
yeah. It says I might do jokes.
Yeah, no, I love it. That's
Maybe
good.
that was a joke, right? You don't know because it's a might. We talked
Maybe
about
it
that
was two-part.
earlier. Real quick, Dahlia, I think you've been here before. How old are you and what's your religion? Dahlia, are you a friendly? We only accept enemies up here. I'm just kidding, Eric. She doesn't mean to be.
Sorry, mistake. I'm not
No,
heard.
you win. You have the right worldview. You're good. All right. Oh God, Steven, you're gonna have to wait till the end. All right, we'll bring in Dogs as your co-host here, Eric. Okay, so Eric, here's I see what you're saying. Like from my perspective, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe earthquakes are actually good. I see that and I'm like, oh, that was bad. A lot of people got hurt from that. I think it would be better if we didn't have plate tectonics. Right? Like if we could invent a device to stop plate tectonics, then that would be great. But
So do you think it's God that creates
plate
or
tectonics?
that
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying create, but I'm talking about causes plate tectonics to happen, or Do you want to refer back to the scripture where it says that Satan is the prince and the power of the air?
Yeah, I mean, well, just to be clear, like obviously I don't believe in God at all, but to do an internal critique, yeah, I'll ride along this train with you here. Yeah, I think that if we are to say that a God is all powerful, whether or not he invented plate tectonics, he still could stop them right now. He could stop plate tectonics and earthquakes would stop happening.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. So like that would be the good thing to do. Just like if we could like, and think about this, we do this, right? Like when there is a bunch of rain and snow, it would kill us if we didn't have shelter. So we built shelter. We protected ourselves from the elements, right? Earthquake is an element we haven't figured out how to protect ourselves from yet. But if we could, we sure would, right? But flesh kind hasn't quite figured that out yet. But God knows how to. He knows the secret of how to stop earthquakes, but he's not doing it. So that's confusing to me. Why do you think he lets earthquakes continue?
I think that God set in motion a plan from the very beginning and that he lets it play out. And it's also fulfilling prophecies. So if you look throughout the Bible, it talks about in the end times. I know you don't believe this, but in the end times, it talks about wars and rumors of wars, earthquakes, volcanoes erupting, things of that nature. So I think it would be counterintuitive for God to set forth a plan and then to turn around and to stop it because people think that it's evil when they don't really have a true understanding of a supernatural.
Yeah,
right?
no, for sure. I think the plan was bad to begin with. Like there should have never been an earthquake and a bunch of other stuff, but I just want to hone in on one thing for here.
Yeah.
Just because it gets confusing when like we jump around to so many things. So when he's making the earth, he could have just like had there not be earthquakes, or get all the earthquakes that you need to like build the mountains and do all that stuff, and then put people on it after. Right. And then at the end in Revelation, bring them back again. Cause like during Revelation, you just like fuck everything up, right? Like you need the earthquakes at that time to set off the volcanoes and destroy all the people. But like Pompeii, we could have skipped, right? When the earthquake and big volcano eruption there. I think there was both. I think there was also an earthquake, right? Earthquakes cause volcano stuff. So I think that's what it was. So that's one that we probably could have done without.
They think it was a seismic event at Pompeii.
No, there you go. Yeah, there you go. I was winging it, but you confirmed.
No, you were right on. I've been there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of scary. Like I'd just be like, it's gonna go again. It's gonna go again, guys. Let's get out of here. That's not. I was actually I was born in 1982, which is when Mount St. Helens erupted. So I missed that by like a few months. But we were always like we'd always learn about it, and they'd be like, "It's right over there," and we're like, "Is it close to us?" Like, because like I'm from Washington, like should we move? Like it's a little scary, but yeah, I don't think that one's going to go again. They got it self sorted out. Anyways, the point is, do all that before flesh kind is invented, and then let us be here. The world would be a little bit better, right?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I don't disagree with you.
Right. So if God is at the beginning of time and he's looking at two paths, and one path is exactly as it is right now, and the other path is almost like it is right now, except there's no just earthquakes that kill anybody, then that's a better world. And as a moral agent, he chose the one with more earthquake death than with less earthquake death. That's problematic to being an all good God.
Well, again, I didn't say that he was an all good. I didn't say he was only an all good God. I said that he was all just, all loving, and all good.
Does that solve that problem?
Well, I think at the same time, whenever, again, like I said, when God puts in a plan and Satan, which is, according to the Bible, the second most powerful only to God, and he makes him the prince and the power of the air, I'm not 100% convinced that it's God that's causing the earthquakes and tsunamis. I think that if there's another...
He says he makes them in the Bible. He makes the storms and the calamities.
In biblical stories, right? Not in necessarily modern day tsunamis and earthquakes. So are you talking about all earthquakes period, or all tsunamis period, or all storms?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I'd like
So
to hone in on, like specificity on what we're talking about.
sure. Let's talk about Pompeii. So when was that? Pompeii.
I can't remember the year, man.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago when I was there.
Well, yeah, so it was probably almost 11 years ago. Oh, 79 AD. Okay, so that is right after Jesus has been around, right?
Sure.
Perfectly good time. God is still doing all his stuff, or is that too modern?
No. No.
Okay, so God is still like doing his thing. He could have stopped that one, but he didn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why would that be? Why would an all good God let that happen?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's a straw man argument. There's no real answer. I don't think any human on the planet can answer what God's plan is or what his intentionality is.
That is my argument. Is that this doesn't make sense. No one can answer it. It's confusing.
Well, just because it doesn't make sense doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
No, but it would be irrational to accept something that doesn't make sense. Like until it makes sense, we shouldn't believe in it, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, there's a lot of things that I've didn't believe in before that people said that existed and then found out that it was very accurate.
Yeah,
So
later. Yeah, later. Then you believe in it when you find out, right? So like I have a dancing pickle over here in my garage, right? There's a dancing pickle over here.
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So would you believe that just so far based off of the description?
I would believe that it's possible. I don't know that I would believe it until I actually physically
You wouldn't
saw it.
really fully accept it yet because it's like, what the fuck is that? What does that
Yeah.
mean? Does it have feet? What are you talking about? Like, is this going to be something like? Is this going to be like a dick when I look over here? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you'd be so confused. And then if I gave you better evidence, like the rational thing to do is what you just did, where you're like, maybe, but I don't know exactly what that means, and just wait. I'm going to reserve my belief. I'm going to withhold my acceptance of this until I get a little more evidence. Tell me what
So you're
you
not
got.
really atheist, you're agnostic. Is that what
Oh,
you're trying to say?
I'm an atheist. I think like there's other contradictions in this, but as far as the suffering thing, I think it makes you go like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't like, this doesn't is like not compatible with my rational mind. So I don't accept it. If there's evidence, I'll change my mind, but I'm absolutely withholding my belief. I'm not currently in a like, I don't know. Right. But I mean,
Mhm.
like, sure, convince me otherwise for sure. Like, I'm open to evidence, but I don't think I could be, I don't think I would ever accept a like all good God. Because even when you add all just and all loving, that just makes it like all the more reason to not have earthquakes, right? Like, those sound like, yeah, more reason to not, right? Real quick though, I want to introduce Shay. Shay, you've been here before, but weren't you like not old enough to be here or something?
No, that was wrong. I'm 19 years old. I'm definitely old enough to be here.
Oh, okay. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay. You've got a couple of red bars, so there's a little
I
bit
just
of a
went to
delay.
church.
But yeah, go ahead and chime in.
You know, I think the problem of suffering exists because of what is said in the Bible is that we were supposed to be in perfect relationship with God at the beginning of time. However, we fell as men, so suffering came into the world. So suffering was not always in the world; it came in. Yeah, our flesh. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, let's just say, just like, imagine a little hypothetical for a second. Say you're like a doctor, or you're not a doctor, but you're like a medical researcher. Like you do research on medicine, so you do experiments to find out how to like cure diseases and stuff. And you, actually, let's say it's me. It's better if it's me. I'm like, I do this on the side at nighttime. I do TikTok, but during the day, I'm a medical lab technician researcher. And what I discovered was a very simple and cheap medicine that is the cure to Parkinson's disease. And not just like to new people, like it's not just a vaccine, but like it will completely stop it in the people who have it, right? Like we could fix Michael J. Fox right now, and he would like be back to his he'd be back to the future. back to his Back to the Future self. It's confusing, but you know what I mean. And like Ozzy Osbourne and like a guy I work with, right? They would all have that cured. But what I'm going to do is save this secret and not give it to people. Do you think that by saving the secret, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, that would be a bad thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. So even though I have the cure, I'm almost like morally obligated in order to be good to reveal the cure, to give the cure, right? Once I know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So God knows the cure. Yes, we fucked up. Adam and Eve, I say it before, I'll say it again. Adam and Eve are absolute sons of bitches. Those pieces of shit deserve to be kicked out of the garden. They deserve to have labor pains and they deserve to work the soil. Those fucking bastards. Get them out of here. But now, God has the cure to this sinful world that we live in, and he's keeping it. He's not giving it to us. He should be morally obligated to give it to us.
He did give it to us. He did.
And is that why?
He did, though.
So that's why there's no more suffering?
No, the cure is, look, the cure is Jesus Christ. That is redemption. That is the.
And you have Jesus?
So the end goal is the relationship. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so do you suffer at all? Like, do you
Sure,
go through?
I do
you
still
go
suffer.
Through, oh shit, that cure sucks.
Yeah, but that's not the goal.
Didn't work.
No, that's not the cure of first. Look. The
Yeah,
cure
it's not
for
the
the
cure, right.
relationship with God is Jesus Christ. The cure for a relationship with God is Jesus.
Right, but that's not the problem we're talking about. I'm not saying that there isn't a relationship with God, so God doesn't exist. We're talking about suffering was the topic. So suffering still does exist. God knows the cure for it, right? Like we were talking about earthquakes, he knows the cure. Parkinson's, he's got it. He knows the cure to it. Child grapes that happen, he knows how to stop those. I do too, but just so you know, we'll get to that later. He knows what to do to actually stop those things. And he could just give us those, right? He wouldn't even have to reveal himself as I am God from heavens. Take my cure. Like, it wouldn't have to be some amazing revelation. He could implant the cure for Parkinson's in my mind overnight and then give the gift of to some geologist of here's how to stop earthquakes overnight. And they would wake up like I had a dream and we would solve all these problems, right? But he isn't giving us those things and he's morally obligated to. It's so confusing.
But he did give us the cure to eternal life, which sounds a lot better than, maybe a little bit of suffering while we're here.
The cure to eternal life is...
And then eternal life in heaven?
Wait, you don't want to cure eternal life.
Or
you
no,
mean
you want to go...
He gave us the cure to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he left all the others suffering. Yeah.
So imagine on a time frame of eternity, you have 100 years of eternity. And that's the max you'll live. So, it's is it worth it? Probably, yeah.
What?
Eternity in heaven versus 100 years? Eternity in heaven versus 100 years of you go through things in life and that's just life, but...
Oh, yeah. Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, you're saying that you shrug at the Holocaust. You're like, whatever, they were fine. They're going to have eternity after that, right? That kid's getting raped. Whatever. They're going to be okay. We don't have to worry about that. There's eternity coming. But that stuff doesn't bother you.
But you're conflating God's intervention with man's decision and free will.
And conflating God's intervention.
So you're trying to say that God should intervene in every bad incident of physical interaction with people, flesh, right? So that's done out of flesh. So if a male grapes a female, that's an action that was taken by the individual.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I talked about this a little earlier tonight, but you weren't here yet. So Eric, there's this pretty rare condition where some people eat their car. I don't know why they do it. In fact, I've only found one person on earth who has this desire to eat his car. And I know this sounds like I'm pivoting, like Shay was doing, but like no, this is like really a real guy. Now I used to make this up, and then someone found like there's a real guy who does this. And piece by piece, like he get scissors and cut a piece of the seat, and then take a bite, and then cut a piece of the metal of the fucking door and eat it. And like small pieces, like so small.
What, Vinny Bucci? Is that who you're talking about?
I don't know his name.
There's a guy that's eating like a Ford Festiva or something. I read something about
Yeah,
it.
it's something like that. And I don't know if he finished it, that his goal was to do it or something like that. So he has this very bizarre and rare desire to eat his whole fucking car. Delicious, right, Daniel? Now, that's a weird desire, but I don't have it. Do you have that desire?
No, that's a little outside of my
Okay.
my
Shay?
purview.
He's not tracking.
Come on, man. You know. Come on.
Okay. Shay's delay is a little bit problematic here, but do you, Eric, do you have the free will where you could eat a car?
Sure, I could, I guess.
Okay.
It's not something that I want to do, though.
So it seems like God could remove the desire and we still have the free will.
No, you wouldn't. Because if he removed the desire, then that's intimate with your DNA, your personality, your own free will. Taking away a desire is part of free will. It's whether you act on the desire or not.
Okay, well, he could make us, when we're born, be born without the desire.
Then you would be born without the free will. You can't have one without the other.
But Eric, you don't want to say that.
Why?
Do you have the desire to grape children?
No, of course not.
Do you still have free will?
Sure I do, but that's also based on personal decisions.
You don't need that. You were born without that desire, and you still have free will. Everyone who is born with that desire could be born without that desire and still, like you, have free will. You're the case study.
Not really. I think that's I don't think that's an accurate depiction of reality. So I don't know that anybody.
It's not reality. It's called shoulda be. Shoulda be is better than reality.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that if you say that every single person on the earth is born that is a, let's say, a rapist or whatever, it doesn't matter, wants to eat their car, I don't really care. But if you say that every single person on the earth is born, or that does that, is born with that desire, I would strongly disagree with that. I would say that desires develop over time and influence and circumstance, and whether you choose or not to act on them is the defining characteristic of each individual. So I don't think that.
But you never faced that problem, and you still have free will. Like it doesn't, like whether you're born with it or it's orchestrated in a way where you just don't get it. We all don't get it for cars, right? I think the guy who wanted to eat his car didn't really want to eat his car. He wanted attention, just to be clear.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah.
I don't think anyone really wants to do that. I think that that's a desire humans don't have. But some humans do have the desire to grape children. And I think that we could still have free will without that desire. So whatever it takes for God to do to make that desire not exist, the world would be better. He knows the cure to child grape. He's heard me say this 1,000 times. He's listening to this conversation, and he doesn't
I understand.
react it.
Well, not really for you, because you don't think he exists. So you're talking into a hollow chamber. So what I'm saying is that if what you're saying is that people are born with a desire to grape children, I don't think they are. Again, I think the argument is a fallacy. I think that it's circumstance. So most of the people that I have spoken to over the years, and of course I'm just a few years older than you are. So when I read case studies on rapists, almost, and I could be wrong on this, but almost 96% of those people were molested by their parent.
Right. But that part wouldn't happen.
Well, of course it would. So you would take away free will, right? Because what happens is if you look at it from a psychological standpoint, right? When you're growing up,
Sorry, to be clear,
neglect.
to be
Go
clear,
ahead.
there's two things here. Like enacting it right now is a little bit tricky. Like I see what you're saying. Like then you're like, just to like, give you as much as I can here. Like I don't really believe any of this, but I'm trying to like be in the world here, right?
Yeah.
Doing it right now would modify current living people's desires. Maybe you could claim that that's taking away their free will. I don't think so, because I think even without that desire, you still have the ability to choose it. You wouldn't really want to, but you could, just like with the car. So it would significantly decrease the amount of child rape. Some might still happen, but it would go down like 99%, and that world is better. So I think even if you did it right now, it would still be fine. But what I'm saying is that at the beginning of time, when time started and God's about to start time, he knows the two options of universes that are coming out. And universe one that he chose has this exact version where there's more child rape because the circumstances come to be in a way where the first person gets molested, and so that gets passed down. And then option two doesn't have that, and he chose the one with more child rape over this better option as a
But Mezzo, let me ask, it's Mezzo, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, in what you just held up your two fingers trying to disseminate the differences between the two worlds that God made, what changed them? What changed that? What altered the original perfect path?
Yeah, God. So he would just make that desire never start.
No.
Just like he did with cars.
What altered the reality from the original chosen path when God created the earth? If you want to go by the Bible, right? What changed or altered that original stream, that timeline, or that reality?
I mean, there's a number of ways he could accomplish this.
No. The Garden of Eden. So Adam and Eve.
Oh, what made it? So like you're saying he did choose the good one, but then we messed it up?
Of course.
Yeah. So just don't put the tree in the garden. So if that's what it really is.
Well, I mean, then if you don't put the tree in the garden, right? If there's no
or put
option,
the tree in the garden and say, now you guys know good and evil. Now you have to be out in the world. But no one is ever going to rape a child. Just like no one, like we also don't have other abilities, right? Like there's superpowers that we don't have. I can't shoot laser eyes at you. There's things he didn't give us. Make that a thing that doesn't happen.
I don't know, man. In the Bible, it says that you can cast a mountain out of the way with the faith of a grain of a mustard seed.
Yeah, but you don't really believe that.
Well, I mean, I do, but I mean, it doesn't mean that I go and I cast mountains out of the way either.
Yeah, I could do it. I just don't want to. That kind of.
Okay, well, that's cool.
Right.
I'm just saying that whenever you're arguing, God chose to make this one, but he went this way. I don't think that he went that way. I think that there's a difference between making something happen and allowing something to happen, right? So if you take what you're talking about, where you were holding up your two fingers,
agree.
which was a great analogy,
I fully
it.
agree with that. I just think that he's morally obligated in both ways.
I don't think he is. I think that his moral obligation was fulfilled in the Garden of Eden when he made a perfect place with perfect humans that were not going to die.
That would be true if he was pretty good. But to be all good, his moral obligation continues through all of time. He always must do the best.
No, because
then he's not all good. That's not all good. That's used to be good and then stopped caring.
I like the argument. It's good. But again, it's not all good. So if you go back to, see, I made my own joke on your life. So if you go back to, if God made it perfect in the beginning, right? And God did not mess it up. God gave us the option, which was true free will. You can choose to either listen to me and follow my rules and not eat from the tree of life in the middle of the Garden of Eden, or you can choose to be obedient, which is what God really wants, right? He wants us, he designed us, created us in his image to edify and glorify him, according to the Bible, right? So if we chose to go the opposite direction, if you go back into...
Can I say a real quick joke? Because that's always made me giggle, that like...
Absolutely.
He created us in his image so that we could glorify him, which means his image was he used to just like glorify himself. Like he just like loved glorifying himself. He's like, I want more. Like, I just think that's so funny. Like they're going to be
Yeah,
just like me. They're going to love
I'm not
me.
God.
Yeah. Real quick, your other friend left. If you ever need to take off, there is a line of people waiting to come up. Just let me know and I'll tag you out. MK26, you have bars. Are you here?
Hello. Is my network?
Yeah. Are you with? Do you mean to be up
Okay,
here?
I'm here.
Hey, how old are you?
Yep.
What's your religion?
40, none.
Okay. Oh shit. It always keeps doing that. Hey, fuck, was Eric, come back up. I dropped you on accident there. Sorry. I don't know why TikTok has been doing this more and more lately. For some reason, they do this thing that's like, right when I go to drop someone, they like flip the thing around, and it's really annoying. Sorry about that. Okay, Alex, are you with us?
Yeah,
Hey, how old are you, and what's your religion?
I'm 22 and I'm a Catholic.
Okay. You're a little bit hard to hear, but while you work on that, we're going to let Erica finish his point that I interrupted so fucking rudely. You were saying that we chose it?
Yeah. So if we chose to go against what God had created in perfection in the beginning, and then if you go back into, I believe it's Genesis, I could be, I'm a little rusty. So if you go back into Genesis where it talks about the lands were cursed and that it was going to be hard to till the land and, you know, whatever. There's a bunch of different stuff in there. And they were cast out of the Garden of Eden. Then we're the ones that screwed it up. So God's moral obligation was no longer a part of the equation.
We made a choice,
If
but he made the consequence.
he did make the consequence, but in perfect consequence, let me put it this way. I've got two kids. Okay. So when my kids were
Same, I do
young,
too.
okay, awesome. So when my kids were young and I gave them a set of rules, I had options as their dad, right? And so did their mother. I could either you're going to do it one of two ways. Like you're going to do it this way, or you're going to do it your own way, and there's going to be a punishment or a consequence that follows, right?
Yes.
Now, I could either choose to be a good dad and keep my word and fulfill the consequences of their actions that went against my rules, or I could intervene and say, I'm going to let it slide this time, and I'm going to fix the problem, and you're not going to receive any punishment for it. So you as a dad can understand that analogy, I'm sure, right? Anybody else that's a parent in there can too.
Yeah,
So
and to be clear, like I said, I have two kids. I used to have three. And it's a little sad, but my first child did not finish their broccoli. So I put them to death, right? Like that's the appropriate punishment for
and I was just about to say, I'm sorry that you lost a child.
Yeah, so I mean, like obviously it's one thing to be in charge of your kids, and it's another thing to deal unjust punishment to your kids. We put people in jail for being bad to their kids, right? So like we still have to like look at this as like you're saying he's all just, and the consequence for eating fruit was death forever for everybody for generations.
I
That's
don't think
crazy.
it was the eating of the fruit. I think it was the disobedience of God. I think there's a total difference. So
Yeah,
when
well,
you're looking
but
at
that's
it
what I'm
from
saying. My son
flesh,
disobeyed me. I said, "Eat your broccoli," and he didn't.
yeah,
Right.
but
So
but that's
it's
flesh.
not about the broccoli. It's about the disobeying that made him deserve death.
Right, but we're also looking at it from a flesh standpoint and not a spiritual standpoint. So you're not God, I'm not God, right? But again, it's hard for flesh, right? People to kind of take and put themselves in God's shoes. It's super easy to do that, but we're still looking at it from a flesh standpoint, right? We're not supernatural. We're not everlasting except for a spirit, if you believe that. And then at the same time, we're not all knowing, we're not all powerful, we're not omnipresent, we're not any of those things.
I see.
So we're very limited in our capabilities and even in our thought processes to be able to kind of put ourselves in the place of God. And so the fact that I think it's a level of of arrogance for anybody, you or me or anyone else, to try to put ourselves in God's shoes and then try to say that God doesn't exist because we just can't understand. And from our own standpoint, we look at it from a sense of morality, and our morality is defined by us, not
Argument
by
from
God.
ignorance a little bit. Yeah, maybe that's true. I have a lot of thoughts on it, but I want to let Alex jump in here. And Alex and Eric, feel free to jump in whenever you want. This is 2-on-1. You guys can dominate me if you need to here, or each other.
I would never do that to you, man.
Alex.
Okay. So hi, hello. My only thing is, you said suffering exists, so God doesn't. My thing is, like, if God, like, is almighty and, all powerful, then if He created us, shouldn't we not understand Him? In the God's perspective, don't you
Wait,
think?
just because you create something doesn't mean you understand it. Is that what do you mean?
Like, what I'm trying to say is, how if God created us, right, and towards the point, shouldn't we not understand, like, why He does things He do, if He's the creator of everything?
I don't see the connection. Like, just because, like, if I create a toy, it doesn't understand me. Creating something doesn't mean it has to understand you. What like, why are you bringing that? What's the connection?
Well, the connection is because Jesus was a real person, and as a Catholic, I believe that Jesus said that He himself was God, and it's proven by facts that Jesus did exist on this earth. Wouldn't that be enough proof that God does exist?
What are you talking? What? Like, why did you come up to talk about this topic or something? Like, if you want to pivot, I'm into that. But that was confusing to me. Of like where you're
I'm sorry.
going with this.
So, do you believe in God, or you just believe that God is?
No, I don't believe in God, and we're talking about the problem of suffering, not the like historicity of Jesus. Although if that's related to your point, I'm happy to get into it. I was a little like I got jarred. That was just an abrupt turn. Like I feel like we bounced off a brick wall a little bit here. So I'm just coping with my whiplash. But go ahead. What's your point here? Like, you think Jesus was God?
Yeah, I believe that Jesus himself is God. And I feel like, since He died on that cross, I feel like, of course, there's a lot of evil in this world going on. So that's something that God can't stop, since He gave us free will. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Not all of what you just said, no, but you said a lot of differing points. So I don't think Jesus was God. I don't know if He died on a cross. I definitely don't think He came back to life. I don't think that has anything to do with free will. Maybe I'm missing a connection there. I don't really believe in free will. I don't think that that's what you mean when you guys say free will. You mean like you have like some like limited choice. You get like limited choices that you can do from time to time. And those are like maybe limited but free within the scope, I would say, of choice. And then I think that I agree with that much of it. I don't remember what else you said, but I tried to answer all of them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just basically everything I had to say. I mean, if you don't believe, I guess it's fine. It's your belief.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no way that like some amount of text would ever convince me that a miracle happened. That, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be something better than it was written down for miracles. So a guy dying on the cross, the text might be enough for that. It's a little weird to like build a plus sign with wood and hang someone on it, but it seems like they used to do that. So the text is pretty convincing. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't, but yeah, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Coming back to life, I don't buy that. I don't think that happened. Just because it was written down, that's not a good enough reason.
Yeah, but like, what about like all the evil you see in this world? Like, do you think that's just something that comes from a human? Like, you think people just do it, or you don't think there's like a?
Well, that's what we're talking about, right? The evil. And let me I've done this before, but I want to take you and Eric, if you guys have time, just on a really quick boat ride. This won't take long. It's a really quick boat ride. So saddle up, get a life jacket if you don't know how to swim, and we're going to go on a little boat ride. And we're way far away from land now. We're in uncharted waters, and we see in the distance a new island that flesh kind has never seen. Alex, we're calling mankind flesh kind now. That's why I said that. I'm not like into flesh stuff or anything weird. It's just what we're saying for this little segment. All right, so our fleshy eyes see this distant island that's never been found by flesh kind. We go aboard. Right? On board, there's a new tribe of people that has never interacted with the rest of the world, right? And they speak English because this is made up. And they say, "Hey, wow, welcome. We're so glad that there's other people on this planet. That's crazy. We didn't know that. Welcome to our island. You have to leave." And we're like, why do we have to leave? Well, this island is ruled by an all-powerful, all-evil God who wants to destroy us all. And he also knows everything, which means he knows you're here. So you're pretty much already fucked. This God wants the worst for us. They want us to just be ripped to shreds. And they can do it. They have the power to do it. And they know you're here, so you got to get out quick. And we're looking around like, that lady's surfing. This guy's chilling in a hammock with a Mai Tai. This guy over here, did he stub his toe? That's a bummer. He'll probably be okay. What are you talking about? I don't believe in this God. If there was an all-powerful, all-evil God, you'd all be wrecked. It'd be terrible here. You'd all be suffering all the time. That's exactly what you'd expect to see, right?
Yeah.
Are you drawing any parallels, my friends? Because now when we leave the island and go back to the other places where we originally came from, we see that they're saying, hey, there's an all-good God here. He wants the best for us. And they're all powerful, and they know you're here. They know you're back. They want everything to be beautiful and wonderful for you. But we look around and say, okay, yeah, that person's got a Mai Tai. That looks good. This guy has cancer. This one over here has Parkinson's. Oh, there's a whole burn victim ward. Okay, that's not good. Earthquake just happened over here, and a tsunami's on the way. That doesn't seem like the activity of an all-good, all-powerful God who knows that we hate it. That's why I don't believe in God. Well, it's one of I would say probably 19 reasons total.
Okay.
Anything else?
My bad. I have another question. So, if that's the thing, then do you not believe in evil? Like, you don't believe there's a devil either?
No. I think the devil's made up. Eric, do you believe in the devil?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, man.
Have you ever tried contacting the devil?
We did it before on a live. We've tried contacting God and tried contacting the devil, and both have had equally void responses. And I've tried blasphemies, but I don't really know how to do a blasphemy. So I don't know if I did that right.
Yeah. Well, my parents, I'm from Mexico, and I know, if you ever have time, there's this place right there called the Devil's Cave. And they say, once you go in there, you get encountered with the devil. They say you can do any pact and he'll do it for you.
I got to show you, this is going to be funny. So my kids today, this is a true story, actually happened today. I know a lot of times I'll say I had slaughtered one of my children as punishment, or there's a baby over here in the corner, but this is an actual true story about my kids. They were asking me about religion in the car a little bit. And I talk very clear, and I say, because they are talking to kids at school, and one of them was like, there's someone at school who believes in heaven and stuff. And they were kind of giggling. And I was like, don't make fun of them. Don't do that. They don't know that I do this. They're 9. And I was sure, if they come to you and they're talking to you, you can talk about, but don't go tell them you don't. So I just tell them leave it alone. Leave it alone. That's not your business. Right. And then one of them was like, well, I'm Buddhist. And I was like, no, you're not. You don't know what that means yet. Don't assign yourself anything yet. It's fine. Maybe you will be, but you don't know what it means yet. And anyway, so then when we got home, and they were asking about 9/11 and stuff. And then when we got home, they were drawing, and they were just drawing whatever. And then I realized later that they were drawing devils. They both drew devils. And one of them did first and the other kind of copied it. I think he just messed one of his hairs up and then he turned it into it. But I took pictures of it. So if you're in the Discord, after this live, I'll put pictures of my children's devil drawings in the Discord. They're the cutest little, like, sloppy little devil drawings on like graph paper. You guys are going to love them. So no, I don't believe in the devil. I don't think I'm not scared of a like scary monster guy. That doesn't freak me out at all. But Alex, if you know how to get in touch with him or something like that, and you want to help me do it, I'm open-minded to checking it out. So this cave is pretty far down in Mexico. It's like past Mazatlan. I don't think I'll make it down there anytime soon.
Yeah, well, I have to go back to work, but there's so much evil in this world, and I feel like for all those people that don't believe it, if you want to go seek evil, you can for sure get it. I do believe it's there, and
well, I appreciate that, Alex. Thank you so much. And Eric, real quick, Sam, welcome in.
Hi.
I want to talk to you, but I'm doing a 1 versus 2 tonight. I don't know if you've been noticing, but I'm trying something just for tonight where it's me versus we're getting double teamed by Christians.
Really?
Isn't that a bad idea?
That's a horrific idea. I love it.
I'm getting swamped, to be honest.
Really?
I'm actually like genuinely getting a little bit tired, so I won't probably do this for too much longer.
I think you're handling your own pretty well.
Ew. Oh, in the debate.
That was a good one.
I thought you meant
I know what you meant.
What I thought you meant is I was double handing my long dick. Oh, sorry, Sam, you were saying something?
Oh, is it actually? I'm not gonna ask that. So, I was I was just gonna say.
Sam, were you here when I talked about Evil Island? Have you heard me do that before? You've been on the boat with us before, right?
Have I? I'm not sure.
But did you hear what I said? I mean, Eric heard it. We went to the island. They have an all evil god, and that wants the worst for them. I think it's pretty devastating of a point. It's like the reverse of what the Christian God is, right, Eric? Is that what you got from it?
You contextualized it that way, sure.
I'm not quite sure what that means.
Yeah. Wait, I'm reading the Discord here. What am I getting here? In a living proof medical Jesus healed me. Okay, we'll have to find that person. Eric, did you have any other comments or thoughts here?
No, man, you can drop me if you need to. If you got other people.
Yeah, I got a bit of a list, but hey, man, come back again sometime. It was nice talking with you.
Yeah, you too, man. I enjoyed it.
All right. You know what, Sam? I'm honestly I am too tired to keep doing 2-on-1. Do you want to hang out for a bit? Because I'm actually, it is a lot to talk to you.
Yeah, I got you. No worries. You look stressed the fuck out.
It's so different. I was just I want to just try it and to see how long, because we get accused sometimes of teaming up on people, which we do.
Often.
We
do. We for sure do. It's not an accusation all the time.
Fully guilty of it.
Yes.
Especially I noticed it too when on Monday night, Joel and I were being interviewed by Crystal J, for
Love
her Decon Q&A. And we were both talking so much. I was like, God, we just don't let anyone speak ever. So I was like, I just want to kind of try it. And I really enjoyed it. I'm going to do this from time to time. Just stick to smaller one-on-one stuff. But I also want to do Friday nights where we fully fuck around constantly. So I hope you'll still join me for those when I'm not doing 1v2s. Yeah, it's exhausting. It is exhausting. What I was
someone
hoping
who almost exclusively 1v1s, it is quite exhausting.
I was hoping that most of the time the two Christians would just disagree with each other and I could kind of check out, but they were teaming up on me. It was most of the time.
All the tables have turned.
Yeah. Steven, I still see it in the queue, but there's other people, and I'm waiting till the very end because you were already here before. So I'll tell you what I will still do. I'll still bring up 2 more, and we'll call this Even Steven, right? And Steven, of course, a reference to Steve from Adam and Steve. Miko, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hi, I'm 64 years old. I'm a Catholic. I practice the Catholic faith.
Oh man,
I'm
we
glad.
just got rid of a Catholic. You guys would have been great together.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, maybe not. I have this particular theory that I find kind of funny that no one comes up with the idea.
Okay, let me
Almost, I
introduce this
haven't.
other person first. I want to do it.
Yeah, sure.
XOXOK. I can't see the rest of your name. Welcome in. Age and religion. Would you please?
Yeah, I'm using my wife's account. My name is
Sam.
Yeah, no, 29, Christian,
Okay.
Protestant.
So nobody DM this guy like disgusting, horrible things right now. Like, don't say all the horrible things because his wife's gonna see it. I know his voice sounds enticing, but don't say all that stuff because his wife will be freaked out by that. Sam, stop it! I can hear you typing.
Listen, I'm trying to exercise self-control, okay? Don't
All
tempt
right,
me.
everyone, just keep your hands behind your back or sit on them or something. Okay, Miko, I'm curious about this theory you have. Is it related to the problem of suffering, or is this
Absolutely.
All right, let's
Yeah,
do it.
spot on. Okay. Well, I'll set it up with this. Okay. Let's see if we could agree that we're talking about an all-perfect God, which is the crux of the problem. I agree with you a lot that evil does not make sense. It's paradoxical. It takes down the Christian faith in all aspects. The only way philosophically that I get around it is this. I see that God suffers with us. Now, let me set it up a little better, because off the bat it seems paradoxical in its own right, and that's probably why people don't go there. And yet, Christ is the perfect
Wait a minute,
symbol.
just for clarification, I want to make sure I do think there's a problem of evil, but I'm specifically talking about suffering. So we did get into it a little bit because like we talk about like, oh, what about child rapists or murderers or people who just like kick people's shins? I don't know. There's probably a word for them. I don't know. It's probably like shin kickers. There's probably a better word for it.
Sorry, I
that's
said evil, but I mean suffering.
yeah. Okay. Just because, okay. Yeah. So that's like human on human evil action, but we're talking more about just like disease and
Evil,
storms
yeah,
and shit
evil.
like that. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. So you were saying you said God suffered.
Okay, let me try to set it up like this. We say that God is perfect. The way I see it, the example I use is a white slate, a perfectly white slate, infinite. Okay, it's sort of an analogy to figure God. I know he's
Right.
more than a white slate. That would be boring. But let's say God is a white
Shit.
page.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's say that's infinite. That goes on and on and on for infinity. We can't figure out what infinity is from a fleshy point of view. But
This is the
God,
easiest drawing I've ever done.
thank you. You're right on. Continue. Let's
Killing
continue
it.
a bit. So now let's say you're God, okay? You're holding up your infinity. Okay? That's great. So you're all by yourself. We're not created yet. And you're doing real good with infinity here, and I don't know what God does, who does. And so, but one day you decide to create. And so what is that going to look like on your white sheet there? Draw a little speck in the middle there. Oh, this is really cool. Thanks. Hey, original sin. Wow.
That's the first thing I make.
Wow. Oh no, well it's not complete. You know, God is a two-sided coin. You
Okay.
can't really pin him.
Hold on. I gotta I'm doing this wrong. I gotta split this in two because I gotta do my version at the same time. Okay. So this is your infinity and this is mine, and and yours is saying he starts with original sin.
Well, God decides to create. Yeah, we'll make a circle.
Okay. I'm gonna just for me though. I'm gonna start with butterflies.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Now what's next?
Okay, well, already we're into a paradox because, well, first of all, we have to say that you just scrapped infinity, right? Mathematically, you just scrapped infinity.
No, the whiteboard still goes on forever.
Yeah, but if you put a speck on the whiteness, you've just broken infinity.
No, you didn't.
No.
Oh yeah, because
Finite things can exist within infinity.
Are you saying
well,
that because there are an infinite number of numbers that there can't be a single number?
The whiteboard is not an infinite number of anything.
No, it's,
Numbers are created by God. If God is infinite, you cannot.
next?
Well, I don't know if we could agree on what I just said. I guess there's mathematical ways of defining infinity and whatnot, but
Well, for mine, I'll keep it infinite.
my analogy, I'm saying if you put a stain on the whiteboard is not white anymore at one place.
Oh,
You just
it's not infinitely white.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, it still
No.
goes on forever, but part of it is sin, or in my case, but okay, I understand. Yeah,
You can't qualify God as being white anymore.
Yep.
You can't qualify his presence of
Well, I'm
perfection.
still white.
Right, but God's biracial.
Well, that's so Sam. I know, like some people say Jesus was black,
Yeah.
but Yahweh was all white.
No, but like in this particular instance, now he's like 1/64th black.
Oh, because of the.
Because of the dot. Yeah. So like God biracial confirmed.
That's fine. Yeah, but he can be multicolored and still good.
That exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that, Micah. Sometimes we have to sort things out up here, but yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's
so
okay.
So what's the next thing to make?
Okay, well, let's take it like this. That black dot, you want to erase it and make a circle instead. We'll zoom in on it.
Yeah.
Let's zoom in on that spot. Okay, there's God's creation. Everything outside of that is God, and everything inside that circle is creation. Name it. Extraterrestrials, the devil, science, mathematics, everything
That's
is
all
within creation, right?
Okay, yeah, let me do those. So we got
and put your little dot in the middle. We'll say that's the origin of evil there. A little dot in the middle of the circle. Thank you.
What'd you say? Extraterrestrials, math, and what?
Everything you can think of.
Yeah, but
thoughts, human beings, whatever, angels. There's nothing outside that circle. Everything's been created by God, in other words.
Oh, don't say God's nothing. And then I'll give you butterflies too.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
Okay. All right. So now you have aliens, math, people, butterflies, the rest. Oh, and then the sin. Okay. And on mine, I'm gonna add kitty cats. Oh, for cat without whiskers.
Of course. Come on. Exactly.
You're an artist.
Quite.
That's fucking cute.
That's adorable.
That's cute. Okay.
That's adorable.
So now, just so far, if we're comparing, yours does have some cool stuff. Like math is cool. I might add math to mine, but I don't really need it. Aliens are kind of cool. The humans are cool. The butterflies are cool. But you also have this black dot of evil, hatred, death.
The devil, if you wish, or evil or suffering. Right? The topic's suffering.
Yeah. And I didn't make that in this one. So far, if I had to put you in one of these two worlds, which one would you pick?
Well, I'm part of creation, right?
Yeah. But would you pick this creation or this creation?
And I'm not perfect, so I'm part of the problem of evil or suffering. I'm not.
I'll just put this. Everything. I'll do all perf. And that just means that like everything over here I just created is just perfect and beautiful and wonderful. Now keep in mind,
you're missing the penis on one of the P's to make it an R.
I'm writing mirrored backwards, guys. That's pretty fast. Still.
You're doing a fantastic job.
I only missed one penis. Now over here it's not perf, but over here it's perf, and there's butterflies and cats. I mean, I know where I'm going. I'm going to put myself over here for sure. So I'll just put myself over here. I'm not that great of a drawer.
I disagree. I think this is Picasso.
Okay, so here's me.
Amazing.
And then
Biblically accurate.
And then, so do you want me to put you on this side?
Well, I'd be in a circle. I'm not God, right?
Oh, so you're in here. Okay. Oh, this can be you.
Yep, perfect.
Okay. And this is like, you get to choose in this hypothetical. You get to pick if you want. Because I'm all perfect, because I'm over here, I'm inviting you. Do you want me to bring you over here?
Not right away. I think maybe later on, but for
you
now...
want to suffer for a while before coming to heaven? This is fucking heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to finish my analogy, okay? It won't be too long. I want you to draw a line, a vertical line.
Where? Here?
Starting from the top of the circle in the middle.
Yeah.
A bit higher place. There, yeah, okay. A little bit higher, okay.
Going up?
So God's going to come down in creation. Go down to the black dot in the center, please. Okay, we have an intersection. That's Christ. You see the intersection of the circle, of the vertical line?
Yeah.
That's Christ.
Is this a tangent? I don't know math that well. Does this count as a tangent?
Kind of. So what we have
radius?
is from perfection, which is God, he sends us Christ into creation, right? Which is, we're told that Christ is creation, the Alpha and Omega. He creates, from him is the word, is created all things. So he enters to the center of creation, which I symbolize by suffering or evil or the most absurd part of existence. And what does he do? He dies.
Chat, this is a radius, and then this part is a tangent. Diameter goes all the way across.
Yeah. No, you ate that, Mezzo. You ate.
I mean, it's both. Like, all right, sorry.
He goes to the seat of all problems in Christianity, which is evil.
Oh, so over here, there's nowhere for Jesus to go. Is that the problem?
Well,
because there's nothing to fix.
Well, I think you're ahead in time there. That's paradise for you. I agree that maybe later on, God...
it eventually becomes this?
Yeah, it can be that.
I love that. Okay, so then that's easier. So in what God chose to have happen was all the aliens and math and suffering and evil and pain to be fixed and eventually become this, whereas I chose to just start at this. And so you're saying that between the two choices, the moral choice, the moral dilemma that God had at the beginning of time of either starting and making everything all good and perfect, or making it bad for just a little while and then making it perfect, that he was somehow morally obligated to choose bad?
No, this is what I'm saying. I haven't said it yet, I think. God, the premise is God wants to make us share with him, right? With his,
Sorry.
God wants us to share with his divinity. That's the biblical kind of narrative that we get if we read the scripture. Like we're to inherit heaven. But there seems to be this fact that he couldn't give us divinity without him suffering.
Is there any way you could do this just a little faster? Your friend here is waiting to talk to.
Okay. So God couldn't give us divinity without suffering. So he enters creation himself and suffers it. Yeah. And he gives us the power to be divine ourselves. So if you leave from the center dot.
Hold on, I'm adding Jesus suffering here so that you remember to have this. This is like a cross section. Kind of hard to put.
Well, thanks for listening me out. It's very cool of you to...
Yours has Jesus suffering. I'm going to put Jesus on my side too, but just chilling. I think because he'd be fine if he didn't have to like do all that stuff, right? He's partying. He's got like a beer here. with a beer and a pipe. Okay. Yeah, so I still think that, like, if this is the end goal, let's go. Oh yeah, sorry guys, I got to give him a little. Yeah. But if this is the end goal, just start here. If you're creating all this in the beginning of time, and you can choose to start with butterflies, kitty cats, and long dicks, I would do that instead of say, let's have all the things where God has to suffer on the cross. Math is hard to figure out. There's sneezing and butterflies die. I didn't tell you this, but that's a dead butterfly. Mine's alive. I would just start with this one where the butterflies stay alive and everyone's chilling. I think that's the better option. There's no restrictions for an all-powerful God.
No, because here's the analogy, okay? Let's say when you take your wife to the altar, you can't put a gun to her head and say, you're forced to say yes. She's free to say yes or no.
That's
Same
such
thing
an
with
interesting point. Wait a minute. I want to hear this out. Now, be careful when you use language like that on TikTok. Sam,
okay.
do you want to... I got to find my background. Do you want to maybe explore that? Like, it's an interesting parallel he brought up where you bring a pew to the offer. What does that remind me of?
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of like giving me the ultimatum where if I want good things to happen, then I have to worship this God. And then if I don't worship this God, or heaven forbid, no pun intended, I speak out against this God, then I burn for all of eternity. I fully intended that pun. Then I burn for all of eternity. That kind of reminds me of the pew pew. I don't know.
So, Miko, you're saying you can't, or you shouldn't really, because you can do that to people. You don't do this. Don't do this to people, but you could if you wanted to, but don't do this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not winking. I just had a thing. You could do what you said. You could, but you shouldn't use a pew pew to force someone to be with you, right? That would be coercion. That would be like a violent, threatening, bad.
It wouldn't be love. It wouldn't be free will.
Yeah, exactly. It would not be. Yeah. But what you're saying is, what we're saying, I think, or Sam brought up, is that this is exactly what God does. He says, come be with me, or I'll fucking kill you in hell for eternity. like that's the other choice. He made the other choice so bad. Now, if it was the case where it was like, you can be with me in heaven, or you can be without me in heaven too. It's over there. It's a little different. Super good, just not me, but like free drinks, butterflies, kittens, all the rest of the good stuff, no torture, then I'd be like, this is dope. This God is hard to compete with. If you guys like could make up a better God, we would not be able to argue against it. But the God you made is just like so flawed. I want to hear from XOXO though, real quick. You haven't talked in so long, and I'm so sorry about that. We had to do this this silly drawing. Thank you, Miko. Did you have anything else for us, or should we drop it down?
One last question. Did you get my premise? What was my premise, my basic premise in all this?
Yeah, that God had to suffer in order to fix us.
God suffers with us.
Yeah, and I think that sucks.
That explains why suffering exists.
Yeah, he likes it. He chose to suffer himself, so he wants us to suffer too. I totally get you.
He suffers because when I go to the altar with my bride, I'm suffering in the sense
he didn't get that at all.
Will she say yes? Will she say no? I have to give her free rein.
Oh, I get what you're saying. You're saying when you go to the altar with your bride and you're holding your gun on her, you also have to hold one on yourself, so that because both parties have to suffer, right?
That's force her. God cannot.
You're saying, look, it's not just that I'm going to hurt you; I'm going to be hurt too. So this is fine now. That's interesting. That is a new point. I have not heard that before.
Oh, that's just abuse.
Yeah.
God wants to give us his divinity, and he can't give it to us without free will. The free will is it, and he's suffering. He suffers.
Yeah, we got that's a new topic.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Miko. Okay. Sorry, that was like really fun to draw, but a like goddamn train wreck all the way through. XOXO, welcome in. So sorry that it took so long, but what are your thoughts on all this?
Yeah, no, appreciate you being on here. So question, you said you're a dad, right?
Yeah, I am.
Like you have
Are you
have
talking to me
children.
or Sam?
Well, you. Well, you. And if your children decide to disrespect you, cuss at you, not listen,
It
throw
happened
tantrums.
today.
Correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you discipline them the way that you feel fit, so they don't do that.
Yeah.
Correct.
I use razor blades.
Okay. So why do you choose to do that?
Well, I just think that like that's what they deserve, and that's what I wrote down. Like I wrote it down in there's like a cupboard with a little sheet of paper, and I said, if you disrespect me, you get the blades. And so that's what's written down. So I have to stick to it. I can't change that.
Well, no, you got. I'm. If you decide to go based off what you've written down, and if you decide to stick to that, then that's you. But I'm saying, if they disrespect you, if they do something bad, your punishment is going to be because that's not the way you want them to act, or that's not the way they should act because you're trying to raise them a certain way. My point is, discipline is there for the children that disobey, or for your children that disobey. I'm a father too, so obviously, I want to raise them a certain way. There's going to be discipline. So why do you feel it's unnecessary for God to do the same? If we
No, I don't. That's what I keep saying.
Okay.
Adam and Eve had it fucking coming. Fuck, I'm so angry at Adam and Eve.
Find it.
These motherfuckers disobeyed God. They deserve to be kicked out of the garden. She needs to have it should really hurt when she tries to procreate. Like it should just be fucking terrible. And for him, he's got to work the dirt. I think that's fucking, you deserve probably worse, but we're going to be kind of chill here and just leave it to that. And then for every other human, they should just get to be in Eden because they didn't do it.
Okay.
They didn't do the thing right. I actually have twins. And so if one of them gets in trouble, I don't put the other one in trouble. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Or is that weird?
No, most definitely.
I don't know how you parent, but
No, most definitely, and I definitely agree with that. But we've all sinned, right? We've all fallen short of the glory of God. And I know I'm not perfect. Even as a Christian, I never claim to be perfect. I know you're not perfect.
I'm sorry. What?
So
how do babies sin?
Well, it says they're conceived in sin. So just like DNA,
not me.
Everything, we're all sinners. So we all fall short.
You keep saying that, but it doesn't make sense. And real quick, what is it? The one above all. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
41 and Christian.
Okay. I'm gonna let him EXO finish their point here. They're on their wife's account, so she's gonna want to get back to it before too long here. But yeah, just feel free to chime in. Go ahead, EXO.
So my point was that we as parents, as humans, do the same thing. When children disobey, we punish them. But I wanted to know, and God does the same thing for us, because we do have free will and we decide what to do.
Do you think hurricanes are punishment?
Oh, for sure. Most definitely.
And do you think that that's a fair punishment?
Well, if God is just and good, we would expect him to bring calamity.
You would
most
say
definitely.
yes. You say yes.
Most definitely, of course.
So you think that baby infants who are born with Harlequin's disease, they deserve it?
I would say God's infinite knowledge, he knows why he does it. We can't understand, our finite mind cannot understand an infinite thought process.
No, we don't understand it, but they do deserve it because they have it. They're born with it, right?
So so your assumption is that we're all good and we don't deserve anything bad.
No, I'm trying to figure out your thing. This isn't me. Obviously I don't think God's real. If you want to start from there, then join up. Let's chill. Let's be atheists. That's great. But what we're talking about is your worldview where there's a God. And then what you're saying is that when bad things happen, it's just punishment, not just only, but justice. It's the proper, appropriate punishment. So when a baby's born with Harlequin's disease and they're going to, spend a few years suffering and pain before they die, that's what they deserve. They had it coming, right? And that's what you're saying?
Yes, in a fallen world, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. To be
Well, I'm gonna drop you the fuck down because you're a goddamn piece of shit. Holy God.
So I got a couple things for you when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
One, I was just going to chime in on when you were saying about the whiteboard just a moment ago. This isn't my main talking point here, though. But when you wrote your world of perfection on the left, I'm a fan of the movie The Matrix, right? And in, I believe, the end of the second Matrix, he meets the architect. Neo walks into this closed off room and he meets the architect, right? It's like God of the Matrix. And what the architect winds up telling Neo is, my idea of perfect, since we've had to recreate the Matrix 6 times prior to you, that maybe our my idea as the architect of perfection it was so perfect. That's why you couldn't accept my vision for perfect. So when I looked at your whiteboard and saw all perfect, we look at science and say that you can't have dark without the absence of light, right? There has to be a counter to each and every
I
other.
can do that. Yeah.
So my argument.
I'll add those right now to mine. Like,
So my
Possibly untrue with a syllogism, but I'll shut up.
Yeah, no, I want to hear it, Sam. But just like before you get away from the dark and light thing, over here, there's some darkness. Okay, no one's in it, and then it's light in the other places.
So my argument's not really the white or the darkness. It's you putting all perfect. So you can't have all perfect without all evil, right? So because you can't have a one. See, then that's where our disagreement is. I believe you cannot. It's the yin and yang. Like that's what I believe in the balance.
Okay.
So when you're
but hold on before you go farther, Sam.
Sure.
Did you want to tackle that? I don't know what you're
Oh yeah,
talking
for
about.
sure. Do you think God's all perfect?
Do I think God's all perfect and all evil, equally in the same.
Okay,
I think that
so
as
you think he's
perfect
all
as
evil.
he is equally as evil.
Okay, yeah. So it's just you believe in a God that is evil. It solves the problem of evil. It totally does.
Yeah, perfect.
No, I look at it this way. If you're all perfect,
we just gave you the W, dude.
Right. No, but so let me go a little further though, because I got something else that's really, you said something interesting before about what would happen if
that's the last time I take an L if it's going to make them keep talking.
You said if you woke up, like if it was like God's responsibility or his morality, it's right. Like hand you the cure to Parkinson's, right? Hand you the cure to fix these neurodegenerative diseases, right? So let me ask you a question. 2 questions, actually. One, if that happened to you, let's say you woke up tomorrow, right? And all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, I just figured something out. That's crazy. And I just got it from a dream last night. So what would you do? Where would you go with that? How would you spread that to the world to make it happen? And do you think the world would accept it first? That's my first question. How would you do it? Where would you go?
I don't know. Is that like, do you like not get the point of the hypothetical? Is that what you're confused on from before?
No, not at all. I'm saying, what if it really happened? I'm saying, what if you literally woke up tomorrow and boom?
Then God would give it to me, and He would like give me the appropriate things to like set the path out where this cure would go out to everyone on Earth.
That's fair.
He would line it up for me. He's God. He can do whatever he wants.
Now, one of your responses to that was, if that turned out to be true, you would go to church, you would sing the praises, right? Pray. Now, I have something to add on to that. I'm a believer in evolution. I think it's a fair argument, and I say to myself,
hold on a second. You're still like, you can get to like whatever evolution thing, but this point that I need to make still, because you got a W. The thing where God is also evil does solve the problem, right? It solves the problem of evil. God is all good and all evil.
Agreed.
But the issue with it, and I actually started to make a background today saying Yahweh is canceled. But the issue with this is that once someone starts to do a certain amount of bad stuff, we don't listen to them anymore. We don't like them anymore. Even though they did some good stuff, we
So
don't
but
like it.
isn't good
So
or bad subjective though? I mean, if we're talking about God
yeah,
here,
and
what
so
is
I
good
think
or bad to
that you
God?
don't have to do like if you do mostly good, but you also kick a bunch of puppies. Like just 1 month in your life, you spend 1 month just
But do you think in like
stomping out and
heaven
kicking puppies,
they're
then
kicking
I would be
puppies?
like, I'm not going to hang out with that person. I don't like that person anymore. But
I think it's a little bit more complex than that.
well, you can fix it after, or you can interrupt. What do you want to do?
Go ahead.
After? Okay. You see that there's equal evil and good, and you worship as good, which means that when people go to hell, you're still going good plan. When people are starving or having cancer, you're like, I love this. This is my God. Thank you so much. That's weird to me. I would see that and be like, well, that seems bad.
So think about it like this. In the Bible, it states that so when you die, you don't get destroyed, right? God said he doesn't destroy anything. This is the whole point of going to heaven or hell. You got to choose one or the other, right? I think about it this way. Like you say that evil's here and good's here, right? But I look at it more like either God's the kite flyer or like God's the tree and we're the piece of fruit, right? And as long as you stay attached to the string or attached to the vine, you get the eternal life. But the moment you disconnect, now you could go flying around in the sky and you could chop the line, right? And you could go whizzing around in the sky all you want, but you're going to live repeated lives over and over. Like you're going to suffer, you're going to crash into the ground, you're going to get back up in the air again, you're going to crash back into the water. You're never going to stay perfectly flying, right? So I look at it like that, that in the end, God's going to give you a choice. You either go with being attached to the string and you ride in his car. He takes you where you need to go. You trust in him. He feeds you. That's where you go. Or you get to whiz around and bounce off walls and live as many lives as you want. But that place that has been carved out in God's universe is called hell. And that's where you get to bounce around separate.
I think I get what you're
from
saying, even though this was a like tortured analogy. I get what you're saying. There's something where like it's a little bit of a Pascal's wager. Like you're a little bit saying like, yeah, there's goodness and badness, but if those are the actual, that's the truth, and those are the options, I'm going to pick the goodness, even though the God is half good, half bad.
Correct.
I think it takes a man with a certain moral fortitude, the internal constitution, to stand in the face of a threat and say no. That's where I stand. When it comes to Pascal's wager, if I'm wrong and there is a God and he's terrible, I will still deny him because I have the moral fortitude to do it.
See, the thing is, it doesn't describe in the Bible what hell is, right? So
that was a great thought. Are you kidding? You can't be like, wow, damn, that's sick of you. Like you're like,
no, I mean, I'm just trying to, I'm getting right on to the next one, brother. Because, they don't define what's
Sam,
hell in the Bible, right?
Sure.
Okay, I have to pee, but Sam will talk to you. And real quick, Lone Wolf, are you here? Almost not. I don't think they mean to be here. All right, talk to this guy for a minute. I'll be right back.
KK, enjoy your piss. All right, as you were saying.
So the absence of God, I think that given these two choices, right? Like I try to think about this over and over, where if there was a choice, and I try to look at it from a wider perspective, right? Like God is just so powerful. Like, why would he create evil? And a part of me believes that in order to have free will, right? They say that you have to make the decision to love, right? And I was reading this story a long time ago about how God created a universe with everyone perfect, but they turned out to be robots. They loved him and they did exactly what they were supposed to do, but they were robots, right? They had no free will. They got into bed at the same time. They got out of bed the same morning. And it was like a monotony thing. So then God unleashes complete chaos. He goes, well, perfection didn't work. Chaos works. Let's see if this works. Complete opposite, flips it 180, right? But then everyone's killing each other over and over and over again, and it's endless suffering. And I find myself in this middle point, right between, I wonder if he's both good and bad, right? Because maybe there is an inherent nature to the soul that when given free will, just like someone's got to win the lottery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like imagine for every million or billion people that are born or however it works in numbers, right? There's a bad one. That's a bad soul. Somebody's got to win the lottery because in order to balance the equation, because there's going to be bad ones, I look at it like that, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to go with the good because I think that the odds are more in my favor. I like the way it looks. I believe when I look out of the sky and I look in the sky and it matches up with kind of what I read in the Bible, like, okay, yeah, it's crazy, but, we make movies like The Matrix, Interstellar, all these other crazy types of things. And I say, well, that's not so far-fetched when you understand how this place works. So,
Okay, so your argument is good can't exist without bad? Is that the argument?
say that again.
Is your argument that the good can't exist without the bad because God got bored?
Yeah, I think so. I think that in order to love, you have to know what hate is, right? Like, what is love without hatred? What is hatred without love? I think that that is like a fundamental, you can't have a polar opposite of something and then say that you know something of everything.
I just got
Like,
here,
what
but I
is,
disagree with that.
Yeah,
like, what is all good
that's
without
basically
being all
everything he
evil?
said. He just like said that for like a really long time in multiple
Well,
ways.
before we get into this real quick, what I was going to go back to the cure for Parkinson's, right? So
Okay,
here's my dilemma for you.
do it real quick because then I'm going to go
Sure.
into some other people.
Absolutely, brother. This will be my last thing. Okay. If
Hello?
Yahweh turned out to be real, if, right? Hands you the cure. You get in a dream, whatever, it shows you how it works, it fixes everybody. Now, this is going to be subjective to you. So I don't know what your situation is in life, but I want you to pretend like the world that you live in, everyone is exactly like you. Either they're all men, they could be all women, they could be all straight, they could be all gay, they could be all yellow, they could be all brown. I don't care. My dilemma to you is this. Yahweh shows up. He gives you the cure. But the cure fixes something that's broken on you. And it turns you into the complete opposite. So if you're a man living in this world, what if you're really supposed to be a woman? And if you really are supposed to, you're going to get the cure and you're going to live.
I can't listen to any more of that. This is
No,
the like
no.
weirdest thing. Sorry, I'm running. I'm fully running. I'm a coward. I won't answer
Yeah.
his impossible dilemma. Say whatever you want from me.
Yeah.
I can't listen to another fucking second of that. Lone Wolf, are you
Mezzo
here?
cooks 2025.
I'm taking the L. Like
Yeah.
I've taken a few L's tonight. I will totally take it on that. Call me whatever you want. That was like, just so insufferable. I'll choose whatever option ends that. That was the cure. Okay. Lone Wolf, unmute and then talk. There's an
There's
L
like a
host
button.
thing, you guys.
There's a button that's shaped vaguely like a microphone. You're gonna press that button and it's gonna unmute you. It's at the bottom of your screen.
Look at that. That's the first time I've ever done that.
I'm very proud of you.
I appreciate it.
Mezzo, take it away.
Question
Lone
I
Wolf,
wanted to.
Yeah, you're old enough to be here, right?
Yes, I am.
And you're like a religious person?
I am. I'm born into Sikhism. I'm a Christ follower, but I also understand a bit of Buddhism, Sufism, and the Vedas.
Okay. So, I think that, do you think that there's an all good God?
I believe that it's multifaceted, and I don't see it as just one side of the coin.
Okay. Well, you'll have to come back sometime earlier in the night because there's no way this late in the night I can do a call like this, okay?
Got you.
All right. Thanks.
I understand.
Yeah. He knew he was going to be born. So. All right. Okay. Anita.
So what if, instead of a man, you were supposed to be a cheese?
Oh my God. Was he serious?
You were supposed to be a cheese grater.
A what?
A cheese grater.
Oh, I would accept that.
Yeah. Reverse world.
Laura, you sound like a bunch of firecrackers. Are you okay?
Hello, can you hear me?
Nope.
That's fair. That's a pretty valid assessment.
Good afternoon.
Jaleel, welcome in. You're our last guest. How can I help you? How old are you? What's your religion?
I'm 32 years old. I'm Muslim from North Africa.
Oh, good. I've been reading about your prophet. Maybe you can help me with some of this. Have we talked about this before?
I don't remember. It's my second time here with you.
Yeah, like I have this test thing that I've been running with Muslims now about like what your opinion is of Aisha and the Prophet and how she was too young to consent to the what he did to her, and that's horrific. And usually with the test, I just say just say like it was really bad that it happened or that it didn't happen or something like that. Hey Tim, hi, how are you? And then you say, yeah, if he did that, it was terrible. Do you agree with that? That if he did like fuck a 9-year-old person, that it was terrible?
Well, yeah. I mean, for me, it's more than pedophilia. I'm sorry, I have bad internet. I don't know what's happening. I mean, for me, it's like slavery. When you go to 9 years old, well, first of all, her parents for letting you marry her, it's like 100% sure that they fear you, because if they didn't fear you, they wouldn't give to you their 9 years daughter. And secondly, I mean, you're crazy. I mean, all the women that you could have in your life, you go to 9 years old. I mean, come on, that's 100% sure.
So
that it's the evil thing to do.
I'm with you, but there's like a little bit of a problem with it now, which is because I've been reading about it and I'm trying to find the exact thing. But her parents originally said no. They were like, this is not okay. This doesn't seem okay. And I don't think that I don't know if they were saying like she's not ready for this, or if they were saying it was something because what's the other guy? What's her dad's name?
Abu Bakr, her dad said to the
Bakr
Prophet,
was like, we're like brothers. Like this is kind of incest, isn't that wrong? And then the Prophet Muhammad, peace. I'm not going to say the whole thing because
upon him.
He said, well, and there's several hadiths where he's claimed to say that like I had a dream about her. I had a dream about her, and it's a dream from Allah that told me I am supposed to do this. And so we are not just like regular brothers. We are brothers in Islam. And so this is fine, and convinced them. So this draws a very big problem, because if the hadiths are true, then it means that either the prophet was willing to lie and say God told him stuff and to get what he wanted, which puts into question all of the writings of the Quran, or God really did say, go fuck a 9-year-old, and he was accepting that. So it's either God is bad or the prophet is bad, and the whole book is problematic, or all the hadiths are wrong, but there's several witnesses who account for that.
honestly, the second option, because I'm in my journey, I'm 100% convinced that all gods, whether the Islamic God, Christian God, deist God, theist God, I mean, they all evil. Sincerely, all the versions of God, 100%, they are evil.
And you worship one still?
Yeah.
I'm still a Muslim, yeah.
Why
Fuck you, man. That
though?
sucks. That's crazy.
But
Yeah,
why?
because the difference between me and you, Sam, is that this evil god, I really believe that he exists.
Oh, he's trying
This,
to get in with the dictator. He knows
Oh,
he's
I
evil, but he's like, I still want the
see.
heaven. Yeah, I get you, man. It's
yeah,
scary. Yeah.
yeah, he's a dictator. Yes,
Yeah.
I don't know if you already talked with people in the same situation as I. I don't know this.
Yeah, the
People
last
like
guy was saying that too. Like, you guys just worship an evil god. I don't know why it's like late night evil god worship here tonight, but that sucks. Like I said to the last guy, man, I said it really good before. Can I get it? Can I get it right? It takes someone of a certain moral fortitude to be cool enough to. Nah, it's not as good, but I'm better than you. Is the point?
Yeah.
There's another thing in here where she had to Sam, cover your ears. Aisha's one of her job was to scrape semen off of people's robes, like when they had wet dreams. She had to scrape the jizz off. She's like, "Oh, I do this all the time for the prophet. I wash his jizz out of his clothes. I
it's a true
scrape it
hadith,
off
yes.
with my nails." She said once it's
Yes,
dried up. So
it's a true hadith. Yes,
yeah,
people really believe in it. Yes,
yeah, I hate
yes.
that.
You're not lying. Yes, this hadith exists and people believe in it.
Sam, you can come back. I have nothing else.
Huh?
I just realized that when I put my hands
That's
over
louder.
my ears, my earbuds were in my ears
shit.
still.
Makes
so
it louder.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I knew about the first part. I didn't know they delegated that job to her, though. I didn't know that.
I don't know if it was delegated to her, but she did it. And so like
Oh.
there's like the story is some guy came in and like stayed over and had a wet dream, and he was like, "Oh man, I got cum all over my freaking pants here." And she was like, "Oh, I do this all the time. I'll take care of it. I usually just hear them just," and then scraped it off with her nails. That's how she
Oh,
she
so
did
it was
to her.
grooming. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Anyways, Jaleel, thanks so much for coming. Have a nice night. Okay.
You need rest and relaxation, Mezzo. I don't think I've ever
is
seen you
Daniel
this
still
stressed
in
in my
here?
life.
Daniel, are you in the live? I saw Dan. Do you know Daniel?
I think I know of Daniel
He
from.
spaces his letters out really far. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Is Daniel a friendly or is Daniel?
Yeah.
not?
Daniel's like friendly isn't a good note. He's like the friendliest.
Oh.
Like a really
Wait a
kind
minute.
guy. I saw him.
Has he
earlier,
been
so-
on your live before?
He's jumped in before here and there, but he's from Australia, so the time zones are hard to link up.
I
Yeah,
think I might know him because he's been on your lives.
Yeah. Like I catch him every now and then, like real fucking early in the morning, like when I wake up at 5. And so sometimes I catch him there, but yeah. Anyways, I see there's some other people in the guest recuse. Oh my God.
We love the
The
recuse.
recused. The goose recused. And thanks to everyone who sent me cash apps. Let me just check real quick.
Mhm.
Okay, didn't get any tonight, but thanks anyways.
You all suck.
Sam
Give him
probably
money.
got 4 cash apps while she was up here.
That would be really funny.
I was
I get paid so heavily when I'm on Mezzo and Joel's live.
I was doing that in someone else's. That's because we attract thirsty people. I was doing that in someone else's live, and like just kept pretending. What was it? When I kept doing it? Oh, it was during our Q&A thing, and Joel was bragging how he had more bits than me. So I just kept going. Oh, and Jenny, thanks for the $45 on Cash App. Like it just nothing was coming through.
Just completely making it up.
Just like every 4 minutes, just doing that. It was really funny. How are you, Sam? Are you well?
I'm all right. I finally finished my hair after 5 days consecutively of doing my hair. That you know what? That feels pretty good. School is beating my ass, and I have depression. But otherwise, I'm doing pretty well.
Are you allowed to say your major?
Yeah. I do art and education. I'm trying to become an art professor.
Really? Like drawings? Do you ever do pencil drawings?
Pencil drawings, painting, graphic design, embroidery, and then also like for my personal shit, I do hair, I do nails, I do makeup. I just kind of do all the things.
I ordered some new nail colors. People, if you're wondering why I'm not wearing it, I'm waiting for them to come from Amazon. I got a black and I got a red one That actually, I just realized will
Ooh.
actually be kind of like this, and I don't normally like. It's a dark red. Normally, I don't
Can
do
I
it, but I'm gonna
suggest something? So you know how you do like a plain Jane set all the time, as in like you do the same color on the. Okay, what
So I
if?
mixed it up once.
Yeah.
I hated it. I did
No,
like
really?
it was like purple blue, like that kind of thing. And I was
Oh,
like, this is fun. And as I finished it, and I looked down, I was like, I look like I work at Cirque du Soleil. Like I look
that's
like a
crazy.
carnival goon.
Okay,
And
so
I was like, this is not for me. I look like I just
Mezzo, you're
like
a
I
resident
work for the
carny.
Joker. Like I just am
Please.
like I'm one of the Joker's henchmen.
That's really fucking hilarious. Well, you don't have to go that far. I was thinking just your pointer fingers. You could do black the rest of your fingers, and then like on your pointer fingers, you could do
I'm a pinky guy.
red.
Yeah, maybe we'll do black and then just a pinky different there.
You could do that, although people might think that you're doing, but like
I keep them
otherwise.
short though.
Oh, okay, so then it's fine. Yeah, yeah.
Also, like, guys, get a little spoon. Like, don't using your
Yeah.
fingernail. Like, it's so dirty under there.
Very.
Some people say that, like, I've heard this stat before. I don't know if it's true, but like that
Hmm.
under your fingernails is actually like more bacteria than like your butthole.
Wow.
Because you're going around,
You're
like,
always
you're
touching
touching
stuff.
stuff, but you're not with your butthole, right? Which is why, like,
Yeah.
if you're ever going to pick your nose, you got to disinfect it first by cleaning your finger in your butthole, I think is what the lesson is.
No, yeah, you like wipe it like
Butthole
3
first,
times.
then go
Yeah,
to the
yeah, and then
nose.
go to the yeah.
Yeah. That's a doctor told me this. Well, maybe they were a nurse, but close enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, on that note, we probably should have ended before doing that note.
Probably.
Everybody follow Sam. If you're not, you are. She's amazing. And why did they let me up here?
You need to go to sleep.
Do you ever wonder why they let you on live when you're doing
I do,
when you're
actually,
doing your
yeah.
fan fiction of Biden
I
and Trump? You're like, why
do.
do they let me do that?
And it's wild because I'll get bananaed for like the most obscure, not even nearly as offensive bullshit. But then I'll do a fan fiction about Trump and Biden making sweet love for like 5 minutes and they won't do anything.
Isn't that so annoying that like I do crazy things up here?
Yes.
Earlier today, I said I use razor blades for
Yeah.
punishment on my like.
You did
and
say
they're
that.
like, go on. TikTok's like, we're
Tell
listening.
us more.
And then I draw the cartooniest of dicks, and they're like, no, that's
Nuh-uh.
not acceptable.
Bad.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is.
I
yeah.
did get a Cash App. Thank you so much.
Aw.
I don't know. I got to see what it's from. I didn't set up my notifications. 1 second.
Take your time. Take your time. Okay, y'all, while he's gone, say W Mezzo. Just a whole line of W Mezzos. And also like
Whoa. Okay, it's a like I thought it was like a joke one. It is a big one. It's a $50 Cash App. Am I supposed to say who it's from?
Wow.
I don't know how to do this.
So if they have a note, you're gonna say the note and you're gonna say the first name, not the last, in case you dox them.
Well, they just have their address is 5225 North.
Right,
oh,
right.
wait, no, don't do that. Okay. It's
Yeah.
from Tim. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate you
Lovely.
so much.
Lovely.
Sorry for your doxing your address there. I usually have the whole address memorized. That the fake address I always give for myself. I think it's 5225 Los Oliveros. No, it's Figueroa Mountain Road in Los Oliveros. And I think that's it. I used to have it memorized.
That is very specific.
Well, if you like type it in, it's the Neverland Ranch where Michael Jackson like lived with
That's real.
the chimps and the kids. And so like you look it up and it's like hilarious. But I don't know. I gotta find a new fake address because I just gave my secret away. All right. Sam, do you have anything else to say? When are you going live?
I'm going live tomorrow at like 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just I'll see you there then. And thanks for coming by. I'm gonna drop you down and do some tunes.
KK. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Sam. All right, everyone's following Sam. We got Cyber on, by the way. So go raid Cyber and say Mezzo raid. And let me see if there's someone else on. That's we're saying. Yeah, let's just go to Cyber. everyone go to Cyber. Cyber Deconstruction is on, and I don't know if his go to Cyber. I don't know exactly what his tag is, but if you look up Cyber Space Deconstruction, you'll see he's live. He's currently on fire, so go over there and say Mezzo raid, and put out the fire. And while that happens, let's do this tune a little. For everyone who fell asleep, I'm sorry. We're going to get a little loud. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming by. That was a tasty little jam there. I call that song The Moral Fortitude of Man. Oh, of all flesh kind. Oh, wait, what are you calling it? Rain on Arrakis? All right. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. All right. If you guys want to catch the making of the tune in early. Sometimes I make them live on the air right before your very eyes. Have a good night. Go raid cyber.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk about it.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk about it.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk about it.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, We can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I
I
like
mean, are
it.
you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me,
So
and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is.
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me,
So,
and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is.
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me,
So,
and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is.
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I
I
like
mean, are
it.
you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me,
So
and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is.
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me,
So,
and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is.
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me,
So,
and we can talk
yeah,
about it.
so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is.
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I
I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me,
So
and we can talk.
yeah, so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah, so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No, I
like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah, so here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I like
mean, are
it.
you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I
mean,
like
are
it.
you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I
mean,
like
are
it.
you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I like
mean,
it.
are you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk
yeah.
about it.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I
mean,
like
are
it.
you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk
yeah.
about it.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to make us go higher into our next calling.
That's a nice story, but there's other stories along with it too. Like, are you just going to rip out some pages of the Bible?
No, go for it. Go for it.
No,
I
mean,
like
are
it.
you going to get your Bible and rip some of the bad pages out, or are you going to keep the whole thing?
No, we can keep the whole thing. You tell me, and we can talk
yeah.
about it.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, here's a Bible verse that I think relates to what you're talking about. There's so much in the habit of lying men may not admit themselves. The fear of the Israelites grows. Here it is. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. That's kind of what you're saying. Like, you have a hard time that you're going through, but like you think about how the future will be better, right?
Yes.
So this verse is...
Are you sure that's in the Bible? Because I don't recognize that as a Bible verse.
You know what? This is from Mein Kampf. I'm sorry. This is from...
Eva Braun's husband?
Yeah, he wrote this. And so this is actually from his book. And I think that even though this is like a nice little lesson in the book, we should probably still just toss the whole book away, because the other parts in the book are really horrendous, right? Yeah.
But he had to go through such horrible things that it was horrible, but it was his story. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in life. And if God doesn't take us out of that bad thing, we will stay in that bad thing until God has to literally push us out of it to